Good evening, everybody, or good afternoon. I'd like to welcome everybody to the Barnstable Town Council meeting. Today is July 20th, 2023, and it's 6:05 on the clock. And again, just want to welcome everybody. I see it's a full room. I do appreciate everybody's attendance and their participation in today's meeting. I just want to say that up front. And I do need to make an announcement. Please note that this meeting is recorded and broadcast on Channel 18. In accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 20, I must inquire whether anyone is taping this meeting and to please make their presence known. Okay. Not seeing any. If we could do the roll call, please. Town Clerk Ann Quirk. Town Clerk of the Year, Ann Quirk.
Yes. Councilors Atzelis.
Here.
Clark. Cullum.
Here.
Cusack.
Present.
Rapgrassetti.
Present.
Levesque.
Here.
Ludke.
Here.
Mendes.
Here.
Neary.
Here.
Schnepp.
Here.
Shaughnessy.
Here.
Starr.
Here.
Steinhilber.
Here.
That's 12. We have quorum.
Okay. If we could all please stand for our Pledge of Allegiance and then remain standing for the moment of silence. And Councilor Rapgrassetti has something she'd like to mention during that time. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening. I'd like the remembrance of Deacon Paul Roma, who was a building commissioner for the town of Barnstable and a resident of the village of Cotuit. Please extend our condolences to his family on his passing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So at this moment in time, I'd just like to make a quick presentation.
That's so sweet.
So no stranger to these here parts, and I'm glad it's actually a great crowd for this moment. We have an invaluable person in our staff and whom I've come to call not only a constituent, but also a great friend and really one of the most quality people I've met while I've been here spending time in town council, and that is Town Clerk of the Year, Ann Quirk. Oh, but wait, there's more. So I just want to, I think everybody knows about the vault and what came of that and the controversy created by that. But I think what's important is to also remember the fact of how Ann handled that moment and not only was able to rally the troops here in the town, we came and we wanted to be there to help her in any way, shape, or form, but that speaks not necessarily because of who the people in this town are that came to her, but because of who Ann is. And the town clerks that came really to the town's rescue from other communities after they counted all their votes and then came in, and also just the staff and that came alongside Ann to the bitter end. And, and it goes without saying, Director Poyant and her staff, and again, so many people that came together. Obviously, the corner office over here with Mark Ells just getting any resource that she needed to complete the task. And because of that, and the recognition because of that was really, I think, the impetus of why you received such an award that was long deserving before, but came to fruition this year. So congratulations on that. You're an invaluable piece of this town, and I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart, and I know the rest of the council. So this is a token of our appreciation, and feel free to say anything if you'd like, or I know there's councils that might want to say something as well. So thank you, Ann. I did want to give the chance of any counselor if they'd like to say anything in regards to Ann. If I missed anything, of course. Anybody? Not seeing any? Okay. I know we're going to... Yes, thank you so much, Ann. Appreciate you. Okay, now it is time for public comment. Now, because of the fullness of the room, and just to let you know, I am going to move up that agenda item as requested by so many, and because of, I want to make sure that we give that item plenty of time for discussion. But because of maybe the robust public comment we're going to have in here in the room, I would like to just defer to the people who maybe a little bit more of a time limit and defer to them that might be participating remotely. So I'd like to actually do that first if we could, please. Did you hear what I said? That's okay. Can we go to public comment on remotely first, please?
There is no public comment on Zoom at this time.
Okay. Can you let me know if someone does come aboard? Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So at this point in time, I would welcome everybody to come to the, please speak directly into the microphone and also sign in and state your name. And at this point in time as well, if anybody would like to participate in public comment, because it could be a long line, if you wanted to make a line, you could do so running down the middle aisle here in the meeting room. And if you are speaking on item 203, I might get to the point where if I understand it might be like a yay or nay type of thing, if everybody's coming up kind of saying the same thing over and over again, we may have to limit just the time just because of inconsistency. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Are we going to open a public hearing for?
No, we're not. Not right now.
Okay.
When the item comes up, we will. But we've also, just so you know, if you are on a time crunch and you want to speak to any item during public comment, I have my process has been you do not have to wait to the item. I could make that the case, but if you need to leave or you're on a time crunch, I want to be sensitive to that and give you the opportunity to speak to the item during this time as well. But you'd only have one chance to speak. Okay? Thank you.
I'm
Ms.
not
Suzanne.
speaking. Hi, how are you? I'm not speaking to item 203, but thank you anyway.
You're very welcome.
Okay. President Levesque, members of Town Council, our group, Save Greater Deuces Beach, has certainly not taken the summer off. Indeed, our efforts have been redoubled as we engage part-time residents and property owners in our struggle to deflect Avangrid's plans to land their cables at Deuces. While I was planning to catch you up on our recent activities, I thought you would be more interested in something said last night at the company's most recent open house. I asked the project's vice president why the word estuary was used only once in Avangrid's newly filed draft environmental impact report with MEPA, and only to explain why Princess Cove was not considered a suitable landing place for offshore cables. Do they not consider the Deuces area to be an estuary? The answer stunned us all. Estuary, said their environmental specialist, is a federal word. A reputable online description of what constitutes an estuary reads as follows, quote, an estuary is a partially enclosed coastal body of brackish water with one or more rivers or streams flowing into it and with a free connection to the open sea. Estuaries form a transition zone between river environments and maritime environments and are an example of an ecotone. Estuaries are subject both to marine influences such as tides, waves, and the influx of saline water, and to fluvial influences such as flows of fresh water and sediment. The mixing of seawater and freshwater provides high levels of nutrients both in the water column and in sediment, making estuaries among the most productive natural habitats in the world. This was not written by the federal government. But what an apt and succinct description of Greater Deuces Beach, a fragile watershed as deserving of protection as any other. We have always stated that our first and second objections to this proposal are based in concerns for the environment and for the habitat provided there. My colleague on our steering committee will talk about our third most pressing concern among many others. Finally, we want you to be aware that last night a number of questions were raised by those in attendance about the claim made in Avangrid's current radio ads that they will provide hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue to Barnstable. We asked them for a detailed justification of that claim and an explanation of their calculus in arriving at that number. As always, I thank you for your time and attention.
Suzanne, if you can just state your name, because you didn't do that at the
I
beginning.
didn't. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. I
My
know
name
you
is-
do the best job you can to stay under the 3 minutes, so thank you.
I do. My name is Suzanne Conley. I live here in Barnstable.
Thank you. Hello, sir.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Gary Peters. I'm a full-time resident of Barnstable and a member of the steering committee of Save Greater Dowses Beach. I'm an orthopedic surgeon concerned about health and safety risks associated with the proposed Avangrid project at Dowses Beach. Prior to moving full-time to Barnstable, I was in practice in Worcester for 38 years, during which time I was an assistant professor of orthopedics at UMass Medical School, which included participating in trauma call at the Level 1 Trauma Center at UMass Memorial. I'm currently employed by Cape Cod Healthcare. Based on that experience, I am very concerned about the risk of a catastrophic explosion occurring beneath the Dowses Beach parking lot, similar to an explosion beneath the street in Hyde Park last year. As damaging as that explosion was, each of the 3 proposed Avangrid cables would carry almost 6 times the wattage of that one cable. An explosion of that magnitude could easily result in mass casualties. To make matters worse, if this involved the narrow and fragile causeway leading to the parking lot, access to the victims by first responders could be very difficult, if not impossible, for an extended period of time. Although this risk may be low, it is not a zero risk, as evidenced by over 600 similar electrical explosions and fires each year in the U.S. I firmly believe that the potential of such an event makes this risk unacceptable to the citizens of Barnstable. Separate from the explosion risk is the issue of electromagnetic field generation. For many years, there have been concerns regarding the proximity of high-tension wires to residential areas, including possible associations with clusters of adverse health effects, such as childhood cancers. Although the data in this area remains unclear, it is important to keep in mind that the magnitude of the electricity that would be carried by the Avangrid cables is exponentially greater than anything that any residential or recreational areas have ever been exposed to in U.S. history. Barnstable would be the guinea pig in yet another experiment. In conclusion, I believe that these health and safety risks greatly outweigh Avangrid's assertion that Dowses Beach is an acceptable landing site for their cables, especially considering the several alternatives available to them, including the planned approach. I call upon Town Council to exercise its authority under Article 97 of the state constitution to block this project from proceeding. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Peters.
Good evening, President Levesque, councilors.
Can you
and
make sure the
town-
microphone's on? It is, okay, just making sure.
Whoa.
Green, there you go. Just want to make sure.
I'm John Griffin. I'm chairman of the Cape Cod Gateway Airport Commission, and that's a body required by state law with specifically defined duties and also regulated by the Federal Aviation Administration. We are 7 citizens, all unpaid volunteers, vetted and appointed by this council. We work hard to set policy in the best interests of the airport, our town, the environment, and surrounding communities. We come from different backgrounds with a variety of life experiences and skills. Some of us are licensed pilots. I personally was born into aviation. I've been involved in the industry for most of my life and have served on this commission for about 23 years with no compensation, although I do have this very snappy ball cap. Tonight, to introduce you, I am joined by several of our fellow commissioners, and I think all but one are here, and if you give a wave when I call your name, please do. Commissioner Joe DeGeorge, a businessman specializing in transportation and also labor negotiations. Local attorney Bradley Bailey. Wendy Beerworth, international aircraft broker and in some circles still known as Miss Boeing. Norman Weil, banking and finance specialist. And not here, I don't, unless he showed up late, Mark Gio. He's a Federal Aviation Administration air traffic control specialist and an international aviation consultant. And last but not least, over my shoulder, our Vice Chair, John Flores, an educator, trustee of 4Cs, and former Vice President and President of this Town Council, who will speak next. I want to introduce you just to all of you, to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman Griffin. First and foremost, good evening, everyone. And I am John Flores, a resident of Comaquid and a member of the Cape Cod Gateway Airport Commission, and I've been asked to speak on behalf of my fellow commissioners. First, let me say that as a former VP and president of the Town Council, I admire the very creative and innovative thinking of all of you, all 13 councilors, that you bring to the table to resolve issues. Together, I believe you make the town and the 7 villages a great place to work and to live. However, an idea currently being proposed by at least one councilor to relocate Cape Cod Gateway Airport to Joint Base Cape Cod, while certainly original, is neither realistic nor economically feasible. Let me explain how relocating a municipal-owned airport would do a severe disservice to the town and its taxpayers, as well as inflict unnecessary harm upon our regional economy. We expect the new Mass DOT Aeronautics Division Economic Impact Summary to be released soon. But the last report, issued just a few years ago in 2019, concluded that the Cape Cod Gateway Airport supported 1,724 jobs with an annual payroll of more than $73.8 million. Its annual regional economic output is in excess of $157.2 million. Relocating the Cape Cod Gateway Airport will also result in a significant loss of tax revenue to the town at a time when we can least afford it, with major sewer and coastal resilience projects underway and on the horizon. In FY23, airport tenants paid the town of Barnstable $705,000 in property taxes. Why would we want to eliminate this predictable revenue stream? This idea just doesn't make sense, but it gets even more absurd. Cape Cod Gateway Airport during the last 18 years has received more than $87 million in grants, which come with grant assurances for 20 years. These grants would need to be repaid if, in fact, the airport were no longer to exist. So think about that. I think you heard me correctly. The town of Barnstable and its taxpayers, that's most of us in this room, folks, could be on the hook for repaying more than $80 million in grants awarded to the airport. Let me be perfectly clear. The Cape Cod Gateway Airport has not been approached by the town manager, its administration, or town council in particular to consider a potential move. This proposal is simply an ill-conceived idea by what someone might call a maverick or a rogue councilor to perhaps gain attention at the potential expense of the taxpayers and businesses in the town. As an elected official, the councilor also needs to realize that words matter, and that at a recent meeting, an attack on the hard-working Airport Commission, a volunteer town commission, by the same councilor was unacceptable and simply bad form. The Airport Commission is not an autonomous nor self-serving as accused. We actually volunteer hundreds of hours on an annual basis for the good of this community and its citizenry as a whole, and we do it for free.
30 seconds.
So as I bring my words to conclusion, relocating the Cape Cod Gateway Airport to Joint Base Cape Cod is not only our decision to make. There are little organizations referred to as the state of Massachusetts, which owns the land, and its lessee, the U.S. military, most notably the U.S. Army and the U.S. Coast Guard. That would need to be approved if such a plan were ever even approached, not to mention the residents of Bourne, Falmouth, Sandwich, and Mashpee. I urge the town council to reject moving this ill-advised proposal forward for any consideration or discussion. Let's continue to focus on enhancing Cape Cod Gateway Airport, a centerpiece of our town, as an aviation, education, and event destination, as well as a model of environmental sustainability for airport operations through the country. The Airport Commission, as a whole, we are trying to always build bridges, not build walls. We stand to work with you, but this is an idea that just doesn't work. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Flores. I think it's okay. I'll give you the same amount of time if that's what you'd like. Okay, you can have that. Very good. Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Dan Scialetti. My wife Cynthia and I reside at the Yachtsman Condos on Ocean Street and are members of Osnet. We've been Cape residents for over 40 years, 30 of which have been here in the village of Hyannis. We wrote an email to the town manager back on July 9th and copied all 13 councilors regarding the meeting with Chief Sonnabend on 7/6, dealing with gun violence in Barnstable. We only received one response to our email, that from Councilor Cullum, who not unexpectedly thanked me for my fiery email for calling her out in my email. Given the importance of the chief's meeting, we were disappointed that 8 of the 13 councilors did not attend and that the 5 councilors that did attend did not support or refute Peter Cross's comments near the conclusion of the meeting, which in summary recognized the limitations of the Barnstable Police Department faced today, e.g. money, staffing, and decision-making authority, and encourage residents to demand, not just ask, for action from the town councilors to make the necessary decisions that affect their safety and security rather than going directly to the BPD as been the practice. The Calamus and Veterans parking lots have been drug havens for years. Despite repeated meetings to deter crime at these locations, nothing of substance has been done. The town chooses to react to calls in a knee-jerk manner rather than adopting a specific action plan to deter the criminal activities that are taking place in these parking lots on a daily basis. We've proposed on numerous occasions the use of cameras, lighting, speed bumps, and or increased patrols to BPD and town officials, but none of these suggestions have ever been implemented. Despite the signage, albeit small, at both locations stating that there is no trespassing between the hours of 11 p.m. and 5 a.m., the illegal drug activity, speeding, and other crimes continue through the evening and morning hours. An action plan is needed now to deter these illegal activities to protect the residents of this town. The recommendations that have been voiced in the past are not cost prohibitive by any means and need to be reviewed and implemented as soon as possible. Just arranging to lock the Calamus Beach Gate at night during the off-season would be a relatively inexpensive deterrent to reduce or hopefully eliminate drug activity and speeding during those off-peak hours. It is reasonable to assume that ultimately all of the town's precincts and your constituents will be adversely affected by the daily illegal activities taking place at both the Calamus and Veterans beaches. Please do not forget the central duty of our town is the prevention of crime and the enforcement of the laws, which include the investigation, apprehension, and detention of individuals suspected of criminal offenses. In order to maintain public order and manage public safety, it is imperative that this council provide the BPD with the necessary resources and support to accomplish its mission. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Lang.
Hello, my name is Jane Carlson. I am a concerned citizen. I live with my father off Finney's Lane in Centerville, but I also have a little cottage in West Hyannisport, very close to the Twin Brooks Golf Course. So I have to leave shortly, and I don't have prepared comments, but I just wanted to voice my concern about the Avangrid project and the Twin Brooks project as projects that will negatively affect so much in our communities, environmentally, economically, and the natural beauty of the area. I'm sure there will be other people who will speak who have a lot of facts. I have been following, getting more involved in informing myself about the issues, but it just seems horrifying to me. You know, the Avangrid is affecting all the beaches in our area, and you know, I live closest to Coville's Beach, but they're going to be tearing up Coville's Beach and Craigville Beach and Centerville River and Dowses Beach, and you know, going up Main Street when they gave us an opportunity to choose a plan A or plan B as the route, and we chose plan B, but they said, you know, there wasn't overwhelming evidence, so they're going with Plan A anyway. And as far as the Twin Brooks project, 300 apartments is going to really negatively affect traffic, and I don't think it's going to do much to help the affordable housing issue, not to mention getting rid of the largest open space and beautiful area in Hyannis. So basically, I'm a concerned citizen, and I ask for your consideration of our environment and the well-being over profits of this community. Thank you.
Hello, I'm sorry, let me back up a little bit. So my name is Asia Graves. I'm actually a resident of the community as well. I actually live less than a block away from...
Just speak right in the microphone.
Sorry, I
'cause
live
you're on
less
Channel
than a
18.
block away from the airport, right off of Independence on Mary Dunn. I've heard the proposal earlier saying, we don't need to move the airport. The airport can stay right where it is. Yes, we get all of this money from the airport. But we have all of this basically abandoned land sitting there where we could be building low-income housing for people who are making under 30% of the available minimum. That's right where all the grocery stores are. There's a bus route already on that path. That could actually be a place where if we took that land, you wouldn't have to build Twin Brooks. So therefore, you would get rid of the people that are mad about Twin Brooks, right? You can solve all of their problems because guess what? We won't have a Twin Brooks because that's what we're arguing. Half the people are here arguing for it. They don't want Twin Brooks because of the location and the nature preservatory. Why are we keeping the airport wide open when it's basically just land that is sitting there? We could be building low-income state housing on it. Guess what? The governor of Massachusetts has said we should be using state lands to build low-income housing. I'm a renter. I'm sick of hearing people who have second and third and fourth homes over here complaining that we don't need the housing, that we're going to mess with the traffic. Guess what? I'm on the verge of being homeless in a couple of months because I can't afford to pay $1,500, $1,700, $1,800 working for a nonprofit. So please, can we do something for the actual low-income people that live in this community? I'm sick of hearing the wealthy come in here and say all of these things when you're not going to Village Green. If you all had a problem, right, you know what we can do? There's no programs that go to Village Green where we have over 300 kids just sitting in the parking lot. Why aren't there buses? Why aren't there programs? You all have this community center, right? Why aren't you all busing kids to the community center when school's out? Half the kids in Village Green right now are knocking on the other complexes' doors because they don't have food in the summertime. So what is the Hyannis Town Council going to do for those people? Building housing where the airport is? Guess what? You can house all the teachers, firefighters, and everybody else that needs the housing on state land without raising taxes or anything of that sort. Sorry. Thank you.
Could you state your name one more time? I'm sorry. Could you just state your name one more time?
Asia Graves.
Asia Graves. Thank you,
And
Asia.
I'm sorry for getting all angry.
No, that's
I'm one
okay.
of the few renters, and by the way, that proposal about
appreciate-
cameras all over the place, guess what? You all have a very small community of color. Placing cameras everywhere, that scares your community of color. Guess what? You already have had the Trader Reds guy say the N-word all over the place and say that the cops were on his side. How do the people of color in this community feel safe? There's no dispensary, right? You have drug addicts sleeping on Main Street because they can't get access to medical marijuana because, oh no, that's not safe
Ms.
for
Graves,
Hyannis.
I just want to let you know that there's all those topics. There's a lot of things that are being addressed. So I just welcome that. You can even leave your phone number with the town clerk.
I will be. I definitely
and I'll give
will.
you a phone call.
I used to work for the Obama administration, for the Department of Justice,
Excellent.
for Amber Alert.
Thank you, Asia.
How do you follow that? Good evening, President Levesque and all of you town councilors. My name is Angela Rutzik, and I'm a resident of Hyannis and a volunteer with Save Twin Brooks. With me tonight are more than 50 fellow Barnstable residents and property owners, as well as other Cape Cod residents as far away as Falmouth who have come to this meeting tonight. to save the last open green space in Hyannis. Could you please stand and show us your support? Thank you. Tonight in particular, we are here because we oppose the measure you are considering to reduce the number of council members required to approve certain regulatory agreements. This clearly changes the rules in the middle of the game for Save Twin Brooks project. We have asked that the agenda item 2023-203 be moved early in your agenda, as many residents have family duties and other conflicts. And we are thankful that you have decided to do that, as many of our residents and community members may have to leave early. So we appreciate that. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. I appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Raquel Rodriguez. I'm a resident of Barnstable. I've seen all these signs about Save Twin Brooks, and I came here with one idea in my head, but I've kind of changed it while I'm listening. I'm in favor of workforce housing. I don't know where we need to put it. I don't know if if Twin Brooks is the place, I don't know. But I know my husband and I are business owners. My family has been, my family has been on Cape Cod for over 100 years. We're friends with the Wampanoags. Just as Asia said when she stood up here, as a person of color, I grew up here, middle class. Both of my parents worked. They put 3 children through college. We had a home. It was the American dream. It sickens me that people cannot live and work here. It's sad. We need to change something. We need to do something. We need workforce housing. My employees need housing. And I will just end by saying that if we do any housing, can we make sure it's LEED certified? Can we make sure we have solar panels? Can we make sure that our energy is geothermal? And can we also make sure that it's aesthetically pleasing and charming to look at, and it looks like Cape Cod? And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Rodriguez.
Am I good to go?
You sure are, sir.
All
Just
right.
state your name.
Christopher Lozon, native and lifelong resident, Precinct 10. I'm here tonight to speak in favor of Amendment 2023-203. Cape and Islands is facing a housing crisis. We heard from several people passionately, which I appreciate. No one in the room should be surprised to hear that. It's nothing new, and it's been talked about for decades and has continued to get worse. I've seen this firsthand as a native of Barnstable my whole life, who was raised here and who's now raising my own family here. If the housing situation doesn't improve in the coming years, it will be virtually impossible for my 4 children to make a life here. The proposed amendment does not address any specific housing initiatives or developments. Rather, it addresses an inconsistency that has arisen between the Town of Barnstable Code and Mass General Law as a result of changes to the Zoning Act enacted in 2021. These changes were implemented to reduce regulatory burdens in local communities and ease the development process for sorely needed new housing units. Town Council has consistently exhibited sound judgment when reviewing proposals for redevelopment of derelict or underutilized properties in recent years, and recent changes to zoning in specific sections of the town will help ease the housing deficit and revitalize the town. This amendment will help make that process smoother and easier moving forward, and most importantly, will bring the town into compliance with state law. So I urge the councilors to vote in favor of this amendment as written for the benefit of the entire town. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Luzon. Is there anybody else in the room that would like to speak?
My name is Roberta Mock. I live in 80 Greenwood Ave. My backyard is Joshua's Creek. I get golf balls on my deck.
Just make sure you're speaking into the microphone. We want to make sure we hear you.
Tonight is that our town does not give up. I mean, our respected councilmen represent us, the people. Please do not take the voice away of the people by changing the vote from 2/3 to 50%. That weakens us as a town. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
You're welcome. You know what? I just want to check in. I'm understanding that someone's been waiting for some time via remote. If we can go to that person now.
Yes,
if
Mr.
that's
President. Rob Brennan is online.
Okay.
Mr. Brennan, you may unmute. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. President, I'm speaking to you tonight and to the council from the event at the Wauquasit Inn, the Housing Assistance Corporation sponsoring. I will venture to guess that no one speaking in opposition to the amendment that would bring the threshold down to a simple majority will be speaking from an event to support the creation of housing. And I also venture that anyone who is here listening to the stories of homelessness, listening to the stories of what developed housing made and meant to their families, no one that sees the display, the art that was done, by children of the Barnstable County of what housing means to them would come out against an amendment that sought to create housing. As Mr. Luzon spoke, this is really a housekeeping matter, bringing the provisions of the bylaw as they pertain to the creation of residential units in line with housing choice that was passed over 2 years ago. I was part of that initiative on behalf of the housing development community to lower that threshold. And it was done with the intention of facilitating development and overcoming the unfortunate NIMBYism, which has come to all too often, dominate the landscape. It is the law in Massachusetts that any bylaws and any approvals under the bylaws to create housing and to specifically envisioned and facilitated by regulation be done by a simple majority. So I'd ask the council to respect Mass General laws, to bring our bylaw in alignment with Mass General laws, and to facilitate the development of greatly needed housing within town of Barnstable under this regulatory tool. And I speak both as someone who has developed housing, who's developed housing under regulatory agreements, who's developed housing in Barnstable outside of regulatory agreements, and as a resident of Barnstable, firmly in support of this. And I think I speak again on behalf of more than 200 people who have gathered here tonight at the Wauquasit to support the development of housing by Housing Assistance Corporation. Mr. President, thank you for the time, and I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Thank you for waiting. I appreciate that. Again, just please speak right into the microphone and state your name, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Laura Innes, and I came from Falmouth to stand with the people that were here to say Save Twin Brooks. We all are aware of the housing crisis on the Cape. I think everyone is in support of there being more affordable housing. It's how we get there. And I didn't plan on speaking, but I feel a message that needs to be heard in every town on the Cape is we need to increase ADUs and decrease B&Bs. We could immediately have housing this summer if we would look at some of the zoning laws that make it so hard for people to create ADUs. And I think that even looking at having planning departments look at maybe helping fund low-income residents who want to create some affordable rental space. The other thing that I'm seeing with all of these mega projects that are being proposed is that they really aren't affordable housing. There's one not affordable at all. There's one in Falmouth that's been proposed. It would be 900 apartments eventually, and the 3 bedrooms would rent for $4,200. $1,800 would be the price for an affordable 1-bedroom. And as a Cape Codder, everyone I know who needs housing can't really afford that. So I think we need to think out of the box, be more creative. Once our open space is gone, it's gone. Our beaches have been closed this year for the first time in my life. and the Cape is about to sink. There's so many people here. So I think we really need to, first and foremost, protect Cape Cod. I'm embracing the term NIMBY. I am here and proud to protect our precious peninsula.
Good evening. My name is Lawrence Brown. I've been a teacher on Cape Cod for 34 years and a columnist for the Cape Cod Times for about the same length of time. I think Ronald Reagan was president when I started writing for them. I wasn't planning on speaking, but I was very moved by what Aisha said. Is she still here? And she spoke for herself, and I think more people should be speaking on her behalf as well. First of all, the idea that we should have to choose between the environment and affordable housing is a false dichotomy, and we need to get past that. That's not fair, and it's not right, and I can't imagine that there isn't enough intelligence and experience and imagination in this room to find some way to fix that. To drop 500 to 600 trees is an odd response for Cape Cod to make, given what's happening around the country and around the world environmentally. I would be ashamed that we should do that. Ideally, what we do should, first of all, favor Cape Cod investors over out-of-state investors. If somebody's going to make money on this, it should be us. I have to admit, I have some pity but no affection for Texas. I'd rather see the money stay here. Someone mentioned ADUs. There have to be other ways that more people, middle class and lower income people, can not only find housing but also make money providing housing for other people. This can't only be a game for the high rollers to play. And from what I've heard from the large housing proposals, they're not offering the kind of housing that would benefit lower income people who need the housing the most. If we want their services here, we have to find a way to accommodate their needs so they can live decently here. That's it. Thank you very much for listening and your patience.
Hi, my name is Donna Orth, Precinct 3, Hyannis. And I stood up because of the woman that mentioned estuaries most of all, but I didn't hear much consideration being given to the estuary that sits directly below the Twin Brooks site, where there's still, even though it's a degraded habitat as it is now, to further degrade it potentially, and I think there's a strong likelihood of that. There are still many species there. I have a huge list of all the birds and animals. Oh, I'm short, thanks. Near there. And I just think that these days we should value the rest of the open space we have, which in Hyannis is at a minimum, and this is the last real space we have to conserve. And it does lead right out to the ocean. All the beaches are being degraded, so it's a huge, it's not just a simple thing. And to make the vote so that out-of-state developers are going to now start forcing us to accept their proposal, we won't be able to stop them if they have the sway in our town laws of voting. So, and I also want to add that I believe our town contains many. Somebody talked about a village quality of living, and there are many sites where a number of very beautiful units could be built, sprinkled in around downtown and everywhere in town. There's a plethora of those of such sites, and there'd be way more affordable opportunities, I think, than this expensive apartment complex. So I don't think that this complex addresses workforce housing. Thank you. But I am very concerned about the wildlife, plant, and animal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, councilors, President Council Levesque. I'm speaking on behalf of the Greater Hyannis Civic Association. After due consideration, the Greater Hyannis Civic Association opposes the passage of Barnstable Town Council Item 2023-203. This would reduce the number of affirmative council votes from a supermajority of 9 to a simple majority 7, to allow a zoning change in the growth incentive zone in Hyannis and to be applied to a parcel that is under regulatory agreement. As we heard at our last meeting, this action is not required by law or will prohibit funding. The town articulates its primary goal via a set of plans with the local comprehensive plan as its master plan. Several other town plans, such as open space and recreation plan and housing protection plan, serve to support this master plan. Zoning was put in place so that policies contained in these various plans get implemented as intended. Requiring a supermajority vote of the town council to override these primary goals via spot zoning changes was deliberately intended to ensure that such actions had the support of a significant segment of the Barnstable citizens expressed through their elected representatives. Dropping the voting requirement to a simple majority dangerously undercuts the protection that the original town ordinances put in place. And while Council President Levesque said there is a mechanism today for citizens to request any item to go to a major supermajority, GHCA's position is that it puts the unnecessary burden on the residents to collect signatures of 50% of the property owners and to have to present it to the council, which further we oppose the change. Respectfully, Betsy Young, President of the Hyannis Civic Association. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Cronin. Please sign in and state your name, sir.
Good evening. My name is Jerry Vigil. I'm a citizen of the the village of Centerville, and I want to talk in generalities about what we've talked about today. First of all, I want to say is that I think that most of these developers do not have common sense. Okay? That's number one. The second thing is all these developers, whether they're for energy or housing, have greed. That's all they live for is greed. And everything that has been developed is based on greed. Now, the third thing I want to say is that we all know humans need energy. And I'm telling you right now that the energy we're getting from solar and wind are great, but they will not solve our problems now. They will solve them maybe in 1,000 years, okay? So we have to rely on common sense and we've done this somewhat with vehicles, that we've cleaned the air, the effluent from vehicles to a large extent, and it was all government mandated. We can do the same thing with power plants and nuclear plants. There's a thing called a fast breeder reactor, which uses spent plutonium, plutonium has a half-life of 10,000 years. When they use plutonium for the fuel, it's 500 years, okay, the spent fuel. Okay, in London, they have one of these plants. Why aren't they built? I'll tell you why, because of greed. And for instance, this whole thing with radioactivity with Holtec and the Plymouth Yankee facility that dumped the water into Cape Cod Bay is ridiculous. It's wrong. It's definitely wrong. Nobody really understands things, just like the medical field doesn't understand COVID. And I want to say that, these things, I believe that as far as the greed goes, we haven't seen any development really that provides homes for the low-income people, the citizens of our country, in our area. And it's not just Barnstable, it's everywhere. And that's what I would like to mention today. And hopefully it'll make some sense to you, and you'll do something about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak public comment? Okay, not seeing any. Thank you for all those who participated. Oh, that's okay. Thank you.
Does it matter if I'm out of order?
No, it's fine. You put your name down. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
For the opportunity.
So now it is time for council response to public comment. I'm going to look to my left. Anybody? Oh, also want to make a note that Councilor Clark has joined us on the dais. Welcome. And oh, that's quite understandable. That's fine. Any any response to public comment to my left, please? Councilor Snett, please.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you all for coming out on a really gorgeous night in July. So it definitely shows your commitment to what we do in this town and the education that we all appreciate getting from our citizens. So thank you. Lots of different issues, everything from the airport to bringing wind energy into our community through our beaches, obviously gun violence and other criminal activities that unfortunately occur in our community are intensified during the summer months with lots more people and lots more people being outside. And then obviously the big conversation topic is housing. And we have a crisis and we need to deal with it. And so I hope you trust that those who sit up here are thinking in the full community's best interests and how we move forward on that. And tonight we have an opportunity to kind of debate one possibility of maybe moving the needle a little bit. So I urge some of you to stay and listen to that dialogue and continue to stay in communication with us. I appreciated Ms. Graves coming up and speaking, and I'm very familiar with the property where you live, and am concerned that perhaps the kids that live there are not getting some of the services that are available in our town, and would hope that we can reach out to you and see if there's any remedies. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Schnapp. Anybody else to my left? Moving over to my right. Anybody like to have Councilor Cullen, please?
Yes, I'd just like to ask Town Manager Els to come up and speak to the beach closure issue, please. Kalmus, thank you.
Good evening, Mark Els, Town Manager. By beach closure, we're talking about safety at our public beaches and locking beaches, et cetera.
Yes, particularly in response to Dan Scioletti's comments earlier.
Yes, thank you.
If I may just add to that too, just also an update of what's already happened at Craigville and Cobles. Oftentimes we, as councilors, meet privately with the town manager. We speak with the chief directly to address issues that are happening on the beaches that we're well aware of and have been aware of for quite some time. We don't always stand up at meetings and pontificate about what those conversations are or what's being done, but I can tell you from Precinct 4 standpoint, we have been addressing it since I've been on the council. I've worked with Councilor Cullum in discussing what's happening in Hyannis, because as you know, Mr. Scoletti, I grew up right down the street from where you live now, or have lived for quite some time. Thank you for my first sale on real estate, by the way. But we are, so I'd like Town Manager Els to also, just let folks know what's happening or what's happened so far at Cobles and Craigville. And if you need any elaboration from me, I'm happy to help.
Well, I thank you. Again, Mark Els, Town Manager. Certainly, and thank you for emails, communications, which I do receive regularly and have been receiving them. Actually well before I became town manager 7 years ago. Public health and safety is clearly a #1 priority, established for the town manager, by the town council, and it's been that way for the 33 years that I've worked here. Unfortunately, the situation around how people behave and those reoccurring behaviors have even got more complex for many reasons. Societal reasons, legal reasons, trying to manage them and manage those in, not in competition, but certainly balancing the use of public recreational facilities or public lands or our green, for example, where perhaps from time to time behaviors occur that we would rather not have occurring. It has always been a priority of the town manager. It has been clear from our town council that it's a priority, and really the responsibility falls to me as your town manager, and for me to bring to the council during budget times and policy discussions and regulatory discussions recommendations on how we might address these, which we do. At this time, there are not outstanding requests of council at budget time relevant to additional resources. And if there were, the nice thing about our form of government is I don't have to wait until a particular, a town meeting, for example, or just budget. I can bring in a supplemental request for those resources. We have done that in the past, and I can't remember when our town council, regardless of who it was, wasn't supportive of those requests. Because again, they prioritize public safety and health. Relevant to the specific locations, behavior has gotten more challenging post-COVID. It changed completely during COVID, and it was a challenge before. So we're trying to keep this a wonderful place where everybody can enjoy that quality of life. And there is no surprise that I received the communication that I did regarding Calmus Beach. Calmus Beach has been the most frequently complained about location that we have as an open public beach. That certainly is a second. Craigville, and then I think we're getting into the Colville's, Douses, and some of the other beaches that we certainly have in town, Millway Loop. They all have complaints, but Calmus has been a focal point for us. We have several challenges there. What we've done this year is in continued discussions with our police department, our legal department, and amongst our senior administrative staff, and then ultimately kind of boots on the ground with our DPW and our community services, who runs our beaches. We chose to close the gates earlier than we normally do. That helps. That doesn't solve the problem, but it helps. We're going to look after season to keeping them locked longer. We're talking with anybody who identifies challenges that are out there, bad behaviors, and looking at what the best on-the-ground solution is. It's been suggested in a memo that we received that we're not adequately funding our police department, and that's a broad generalization of what's said in the email I received and the memo I received as well. I don't think the chief would concur with you. Certainly we have challenges. Our nation has challenges in bringing on police officers. And so we are looking to add more. We ask our chief annually to come up with programs and approaches, whether it be people or technology, to help us better protect the health and safety of our community. If anything additional is brought in, and we are looking at this request and others actively, we will continue to bring requests forward at the appropriate time. And again, I haven't seen a situation where you have not been supportive. Living up the street from Craigville and Colville's, I certainly, by locking them earlier, saw a change in behavior. Now, I don't know where that behavior shifted to, so we have to be very careful. We're looking at vets, the lack of gates at vets, because I think very quickly, between locking Hathaway's Pond and starting to lock some of the other beaches, we may see extended activities at those facilities that are open. But we're not ignoring that, and we're not waiting for it to occur. The police watch their statistics very carefully. As soon as they see change, they're in making requests of us. Obviously, we won't be able to address everything, but we're doing our best as it's identified. But there certainly is no, we're not knowingly avoiding putting resources where they need to go. So again, we'll continue to work with our community and hopefully get a resolve and make it a little safer for everybody, so they're at least always comfortable to go to our facilities, and always be cognizant that everybody wants to go to those. So try to keep them open as much as we can so they can enjoy them. And it'll continue to be a work in progress. And I'm just telling you from my perspective, and I'm sure the chief would say the same, that our world is changing and getting more complex for the whole host of reasons I said earlier. And we're trying to stay ahead of that. So,
Do you have a follow-up, Vice Chair Cohen?
I do. So at this point, I just would like to say, for the almost 12 years that I've been sitting up here, I've been talking about the problems at Kelmus. And I'm thankful that we're embracing the idea of locking the gates after the season ends, because that's sometimes when the most trouble happens. But I'd also like to point out that this is extended to Craigville and Covels now, and also Long Beach you're locking, correct?
Yes.
So it's a pivot, I think, in policing and in prevention that I'm thankful for. And, I understand the philosophy of locking in the gates in the summer so that everyone has equal access to the beach. And I understand the idea of, even though it's counterintuitive, of not locking the beaches in the winter so everybody has the same amount of access to the beach. But it drives me nuts that we use the same argument for both things. And the people that live on that road have been suffering since long before I became a counselor with this issue of people in the woods, drug activity at night. It's been a big issue for a really long time. So I'm thankful that Councilor Atzelis he's a big advocate for our precinct too. And I'm thankful that together we're working on it, and that you guys are so receptive to what we have. But it is not a funding issue. The chief forms his budget. This council will pass whatever he puts in front of us. We trust him implicitly. And we are not afraid to put money where money needs to be put. So when I hear things like that going around and some grandstanding, unfortunately, I had a family commitment the night of the meeting, which was chosen, out of a hat. And I couldn't make it to the meeting. But when I hear the grandstanding things that happen by people who know that I care about my community, and these people are members of our community, it upsets me. Because we have a whole new crop of violence out there now. We have really been bearing the brunt of some scary stuff in this town. And I got to tell you that the people that we're asking to go out every day and do the best they can are putting their lives on the line for us. And I just want to make sure we all understand the commitment that these people are making to us. And, I don't know, we can all armchair quarterback, we can all, muse about what would be great and everything else. But when we really get down to the facts, the chief of police is trying the best he can. He's working with all sorts of new data, all sorts of new technology to make our place safer. The town manager never stops listening to me, even though I rant like I am right now. And it's been this way. Ann Kennedy can attest, and so can John Flores. I've been ranting for 12 years about the safety in my neighborhood, about C Street. So, I really feel like we need to have faith in each other a little bit more and stop being so divisive about these issues, because I was really scared when all that happened 3 blocks from my house. I'm sure Laura Cronin was terrified. And I think that this is the time we pull together as a community and we don't start calling people out. And that's just all I want to say on that. And I'm going to reserve my comments about the vote for when it's a public hearing. Thank you. Thank you to Mark, and thank you to Chief and everyone else who's been keeping us safe.
Thank you, Vice Chair Cullum. Anybody else respond to public comment? Councilor Lutke, please.
Thank you, President Levesque. So many people speaking. I, like Vice President Cullum, will reserve my comments on the 203 until we have the public hearing for that. And thank you to everyone who spoke so beautifully on that. I want to speak to Commissioner Griffin and Commissioner Flores. They didn't identify me by name, but I am the town councilor that has had some concerns about the airport. I did go to the environmental meeting, and I made a comment, and I don't see it as really attacking them as they felt it was. And if it came across as that, then my sincere apologies. It might surprise you that I'm probably your biggest advocate. I got my private pilot license at the Hyannis Airport in 1982 at the flight school there. So I do have some fond memories there. And it's named after Boardman and Polando. And I met John Polando. In most flight schools, they have easy chairs where people sit around and tell stories, and he was there. And I love the sign at the airport rotary that's still there. I know you call it the Cape Cod Gateway, but it says the Hyannis Municipal Airport and the Boardman Polando Field. You know, they had the world record flying from New York City to Istanbul. But that just gives some background on that. That airport has such a treasured history. And my concerns, what I brought up, because I listened to the citizens talking and all the impacts that the airport has, and Ms. Service did a beautiful presentation of what you are proposing. But again, it's what you're proposing. And she had said, we're proposing it on the airport. We're going to lengthen a runway. But you're also doing things off the airport. All of the activities you have on there do impact the citizens to a great degree. One thing you're doing, you're buying easements where you're going to chop down trees. And it happens to be that we were going to plant some trees in some of the environmental justice neighborhoods where you want to chop them down. There's just some overlaps there. And then the new building, the new apartment, the Hanover in the Wilkins area, is directly under the extended center line for runway 1533, which is the exact runway you plan to extend there. And my comment was aimed at your construct, because I'm very one who's into process and construct. And you do have a certain amount, and you mentioned it is in Mass General Law. You're absolutely correct. It is codified there. So you're not operating outside of the law. You're absolutely in conformance with that. But you do have an autonomy. You are appointed by the town council, and you're also an enterprise fund. And my question that evening, because I listened to my comments again to see if I did insult, and I don't believe I did, was I was thinking, is it your construct that is causing you to continue to pour money, and you mentioned the dollar figure. The preponderance of it is federal money. Usually 90% of the funding on all your projects is federal money that could go to other aspects of the national airspace system. And you put it in there to do these things to make the airport function. But it's not a municipal airport. You've changed the name to Cape Cod Gateway. But is it a Cape Cod Gateway? Your ridership from 2007 standards to today, you've had a 93% decrease in passenger activity. And we had the opportunity to listen to the Steamship Authority here. They wanted to increase their vessels by 10 feet, and it was talked about that's about 2 Chris Clarks. And everybody was quite upset, and I spoke about some of the issues I had. Some other people talked about some of their personal properties here in Hyannis being impacted by the trucks and things to the Steamship Authority. And my goodness, again, it was 2 Chris Clarks we were talking about. And, it was the Steamship Authority that really destroyed the airport. It was the fast ferries, and that's innovation, that's transformation. And I have to think environmentally that's a good thing. I mean, Cape Air used to fly so many flights from Hyannis to Nantucket, and that probably accounts for the preponderance of I haven't done a total analysis, but they would fly 3-4 sections, which means 3-4 airplanes based on the passengers standing there, boom, 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 off to Nantucket. They don't do that. Nobody can... South Coast Air pulled out of their contract to service Nantucket from Hyannis this year. You do have the service to LaGuardia, and JFK, but that was going on decades ago. And you talked a lot about economics, and that's fine. But the point I'm trying to bring to the table, that perhaps there's something greater than economics. And I have a background that the other folks here don't have, we're taking an enormous amount of acreage over at the Joint Base Cape Cod to run an airfield because we have to. There's a mission there. It's the Coast Guard. We have a seafaring life here. We need that mission. And it just so happens they are the first division of the Coast Guard, and this is exactly in the geographical center of their area that they have to patrol. We also have an Army helicopter unit, again, a mission. There is no mission in civil aviation. I work in civil aviation. If anyone says there is, you start to have safety issues. This is a convenience. And who are we serving? And you know, I've attended your meetings. I've gone to your financial subcommittee. I've done my due diligence. And I'm asking questions. I'm not accusing, I'm asking questions. And that's why I thought your construct may be impacting you, because you are an enterprise fund. You have to make money to survive. And you're doing what you can. You talked about the tax base. If the airport wasn't there, we'd get the tax base and we'd get the lease money, because all of those are non-aviation related activities that you referenced. But then your number one source of income is getting jet fuel to corporate jets. And right now, Nantucket has a policy that the corporate jets are on the clock. They don't have the ramp space. Go somewhere else, we don't care where. 30 minutes, get rid of your passengers and go away. And I feel for you. As I say, I really think I'm your best supporter. I'm trying to salvage, or I'm proposing a way to perhaps salvage 2 flailing missions. The Coast Guard is running on a shoestring out there, and we keep taking the federal money. Does it make sense to take more? You mentioned, what, 80 million, something like that. Do we add another 25 million to that to extend that runway so we can bring in, Katie said, frankly, it's the corporate jets, and maybe we're going to fly to Florida. New Bedford tried flying to Florida. It worked for a little bit, and then it went away. I just think we need to study this, and we need to study it in an unbiased way. And that's perhaps where you took some insult, is perhaps you're too close to it because you are an enterprise and you are separated. So that was my point. I wish we could have a larger conversation and a bigger study. And again, there's probably more environmental concerns that I look at, that all this acreage, and I did write an op-ed where I proposed perhaps housing could go there, other things, bypass roads, parking, things like that. We could do stuff with that. So again, my intent wasn't to insult anyone. And again, I enjoy going to your meetings. You do beautiful work, absolutely beautiful work. Who could say not? But is your work to the end? What is the Gateway Airport? The gateway to what? Who are we serving? I don't know the answer to that. And I know you've hired that the PR firm to work with it. And I said at the meeting that perhaps they could help outreach to people and try to understand who you are serving. And, you know, the Steamship Authority has come in and taken the most of your passenger base, and good on them, because I think it's more environmentally friendly to transfer that many people. So I appreciate you coming. I wish you'd come more. I want more open conversations with the airport, but I do think we should have an unbiased study. You said there's a lot of issues associated with federal land and the things, of course there are. We just had an article, a paper about the sewage treatment plant and the issues there using the joint use with the base. There's so much synergy we could do with that base, and I wish we could explore it, and I hope we do. I'm still going to continue to talk about it. I'm going to still ask you questions, and I'm asking questions, and I would think the other counselors might ask questions too, but if they don't, I'll continue to ask questions, because I think it's something we need to look at when you do have the decrease in passenger service that you do. One individual that spoke, Donna, you talked about the estuary, the Stewart's Creek. I will say, and I see Dan Santos in the doorway there, I was over at his office talking to Amber the other day. There is a project in the works to look at that estuary, because the Corps of Engineers did say that there was a failure in their previous project. They didn't achieve what they wanted to. And Amber is working the DPW, and she is working on a project, hopefully work with the Woods Hole group, to try to bring that marsh back, because the marsh didn't come back. There were certain successes there, but not the successes that we wanted to see. So that is in the works. And as I say, I talked to Amber and Dan Santos on that the other day. And who else here? Asia, you're amazing. Thank you for your comments. And I know we talked about, at length, talking about Chief Sonnabend and the amazing work that he and his folks do. And I will say through the Mom Network, and the chief may recall this, there was an individual behind 200 Main that was shot in the arms who was a drug dealer. He's quite a young person. It's a shame that's the business that he went into. And how he operated is the kids would download an app. It was very appealing. And again, I got this through the Mom Network. It had all sorts of color characters, and you could order it. And this individual that got shot in the arms, I'm not sure what's become of him. Maybe the chief could say what happened to him. But he would drive around, and your child would go out and meet this individual. So it was a drive-up service. It was very good. So I don't know if someone has taken his place or he's recovered from being shot and he's back at it. But so there's more to it. And I mentioned Asia because she mentioned some things about the Village Green. And when I think about the comments about Chief Sonnabend and locking, that to me is what I would consider end of pipe treatment, right? That you're at the end of a process. But again, what happened earlier that drove us to that? Are there some other social services and things that need to be looked at? And that's why I thought Asia, brought up some good points and has kind of sounds like she's lived a life that understands some of these challenges. So I would hope, I'm also the liaison to the Human Services Committee, that some of that could be brought forward in also to work together with Chief Sonnabend. And I think most of the folks really were talking about the 203 that I saw here, except for, of course, the Suzanne and her folks. It's always a pleasure to hear from you. You do such fantastic research, and you've educated me. And Gary, you talked about the planned approach. I still think that's the best way to do this. I think kind of the assault on our beaches, it speaks in a broader sense to everything. The Article 97, your point is very well taken. That's something I will take very serious consideration of, is the industrialization of our precious recreational spaces. And I think, as I say, the rest of the folks were talking about the other things. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Lucky. Anybody else for public comment? Councilor Starr, please.
Thank you, President Levesque. I'd just like to thank everybody in the room for coming. Come again. You can call any of us anytime. Stay in touch. Thank you for your passion and your willingness to come out in force, and just being here is wonderful. Today I was thinking earlier that I wish we had better journalism in town. So if somebody starts a newspaper in town, please buy it, okay? I get the Provincetown Independent, I get the Falmouth Enterprise. There's some good writing around there, but we don't have anything in town that would help us all understand these issues a little better. So thank you, and come back.
Thank you, Councilor Starr. It's a good point. Anybody else response to public comment? Okay, not seeing any. I get a few items I'd like to address. Just so everybody knows, we are not in the process of negotiating anything in regards to Commonwealth Wind right now. So Chapter 97, Article 97 rather, not even on the table. So that's just so you know that. We are not in negotiation. The host community agreement that we agreed to move forward with when they backed out of the power purchase agreement, myself and Mark Ells decided that that was going to cease, those negotiations. So that is currently not happening. I believe Suzanne has that information, but I just want to make sure that the audience knows that that's the case right now. Going down my list. Mr. Griffin, Mr. Flores, the rest of the Airport Commission, thank you for being here. And I do not think the response from Councilor Lutke was sufficient. You do volunteer your time. I saw the presentation. You have every right to be insulted by what was said. I understand that you do not have any other, just so you know, this council understands your level of service and that you are not functioning with any certain agenda other than the best for what is for the Gateway Airport. That was changed to try to drive more business there. I was part of those discussions to rebrand, make it more of a regional airport for people to understand, because quite honestly, we all know this. When you say you're from the town of Barnstable and you live on the other side of the bridge, a lot of people don't have a clue what you're talking about, right? They have no idea. Hyannis, yes, right? Osterville, that's part of, so there's some confusion there. That's what was trying to be cleared up from that. That's why the generally speaking, why it was renamed that. So with that, and yes, with some challenges, I mean, we're coming out of COVID. Yes, there are some transportation, but really trying to rebrand itself in a lot of different ways. And I just hope you're not discouraged, and know that you have my support. I can speak for the rest of the leadership. I know Councilor Cullum supports you as well. And really, you know, yes, is in some ways, is it a glorified gas station? Sure, but it's viable. And you're also a landlord, right? So there's different unique things that are happening here as well. It's constantly changing, and you're adapting to that. And Director Service, we appreciate your direction and what you're trying to do there. And again, there is a huge effort moving forward, and please do not be discouraged in moving forward. I've been talking to stakeholders myself just to make sure that you have the support from them. I talked to a young man who's a constituent of mine, actually. His name, I'm not going to mention his name because he is a minor, but I was speaking to his mom, and he's very excited because the gentleman named Eric is starting a flight school on your airport, and he is volunteering his time to help clear out this bay so that this can take place. And to not, for my constituent not to have that opportunity as a young man to have the dream to go to flight school like Council Lucky did, that would be disappointing. And just the rumor that she said to me that she heard, is it true that the airport said, it's my understanding and I would not support that move at this point in time. So with that, and it's not perfect, but at the same time, we're not going to pursue paralysis in the pursuit of perfection. So we're going to move forward. We're going to support what's happening and really help you move forward with your mission to try to make that the best possible gateway airport that we can have in the town of Barnstable. As far as the police goes, thank you. As far as the police goes, I understand the passion, the want for safety, the perceived maybe in the moment of tragedy to the lack of response. But I can assure you that we responded. I can assure you that we had meetings where I had to sit with Brian Morrison and hear horrible stories about the lives that these children grow up in that's led them to this gang violence. And when I hear that, and I'm sorry I wasn't at that meeting, Mr. Scaletti, but I work nights, my wife works during the day, and I work nights so that I can function and do this job. So I apologize for not being there, but I will let you know that I was in meetings all week trying to solve these problems, meeting with the superintendent of schools, because now this trickles into our school system. So it's a heavy, heavy weight that our police department carries. And I want you to know that I support police department. And just as a side note, I am also the vice president of the Blue Coats of Barnstable, which is an organization that helps support, outside of the town budget, the needs. My pastor of my church is the chaplain of the police department. And our church is open for counseling for any police officer that needs it. So, and those are the things that I've used my role as to try to help the police department in the town of Barnstable. So please rest assured that we are doing our very best. And if it's money that they need for a hire, they got it. If it's training that they need, if it's help as far as therapy and counseling, they have it. So just so you know, I just want you to understand, and I obviously have a passion in regards to that. Ms. Graves, if you need food, I can get you that tomorrow. I work for the Brazilian Health Ministry. I work for Faith Family Kitchen. I have ties with Family Table Collaborative. If you need food tomorrow, I'm not talking, it's actually not a conversation. I'm just giving you my response to what you said earlier. So if you need food, I can get you food tomorrow. And I will deliver it myself Saturday morning if you need it. So that's the boots on the ground that I have a passion about. It's something that came to my mind, and it was what got me out of bed in the morning during COVID when I lost my business. So just so you know, and as far as housing goes, every day I am working, talking with those who aren't represented in this room that desperately need housing. And quite honestly, if I thought the airport was the solution to that, I would pursue that. So, and you're welcome to come in and talk to me at any time, and I'll be glad to show you all the opportunity that we have to move housing forward, and especially how yesterday I was talking to somebody in regards to a possible affordable housing, something that we could partner with as a town with them. And that's happening because of what we've recently moved as a council forward with our form-based code here in downtown Hyannis. And furthermore, I'm having constant conversations in regards to new zoning that's happening in the state of Massachusetts about home ownership for affordable. All the way down, we're following my vision would be we'd follow the sewer pipe right down to 149 in Marston's Mills, my precinct. I'm not afraid to put housing in other villages if it fits, okay? So, and home ownership, not just renting, okay? Be rest assured. And if you want to have a conversation about it, you can call me anytime. And I will reserve my comments, but I will say, just so you rest assured, that this item in regards, and I understand that people perceive it as a threat in regards to the Twin Brooks property at 35 Scudder, but this is honestly a greater piece of legislature that doesn't just affect that piece of property. Yes, it does affect that property. I'm not gonna candy coat that, but I think it's also important to have a greater discussion when that time comes. But just understand that nobody in the council takes that lightly. Okay. But that's I got some other things I can say too. But at the same time, I think Councilor Cullen, please.
I do like your point, though, Ms. Graves, about the buses going there, and I'm going to work on that. That was a great point. And I know that I'll have support. So I hope you left your name and number up there, because I'm going to take a picture of the roster tonight, and I'm going to give you a call, and we can talk about that, because I agree with you. The HYCC is underutilized and should be full, especially during the summer with food. I agree. No one should suffer in our community when we have these grassroots organizations helping. And you won't find a better ambassador for the town of Barnstable than the president, I'm afraid. And thank you again to the Airport Commission. I should have mentioned that. Thank you, John.
Any other response to public comment? Okay, so we will close the time for public comment, and now it is time for Town Manager Communications. Let me organize my papers here. The Town Manager's report has been pre-recorded and is available to Town Council and the public. The report will be prepared in written form and posted on the Town Manager's website as in the past. The Town Manager and staff will be available to answer any questions regarding the report as presented. The Town Manager's communication for the period of June 16th through July 20th, 2023 includes an update on, number one, update on incorrect preliminary FY 2024 tax bills. Number two, update on Town Manager amended regulations for grant of location of wireless technology. Number three, update on draft beach management plan for Colville's and Craigville Beach. Number four, an update on approved Title V and watershed permit regulations. Number five, information on changes to the town's government access and public access stations. Number six, introduction of the My Barnstable app. Number 7, completion of improvements to the hiking and biking trail beyond the U.S. Customs House property in Barnstable Village. 8, reminder of Unity Day celebration on Friday, August 4th from 4 o'clock to 7 p.m. on the Hyannis Green. And number 9, update from Elizabeth Jenkins regarding local comprehensive plan. And number 10, update from Kelly Colopy regarding water resource management. It was brought to my attention in the last meeting that there may not be sufficient time for councilors to be able to read this information or watch the video. So with the help of Town Manager Elves, I suggested that maybe the solution to the problem was to move that forward a day earlier. And if there were items that needed to be added the day of an event, of a meeting, that Town Manager Elves could come and give us an update at that point in time. I do not believe that there are any other items to be added to the Town Manager's report. That, again, is part of our video presentation here that you can see on Channel 18, or is still written form on the Town Manager's website. So with that, I would open it up to the council for any comment in regards to the Town Manager's report or questions. Councilor Schnepp, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mark, I have a few questions. Also, a compliment. I was very happy to see that you were able to submit a beach management plan and be able to actually go forth and keep our beaches clean this summer. They look great.
Well, thank you. We actually have been in a little bit different form doing that all along anyways, but I think the initial focus was that we were going to have to stop the way we were doing it, step back, work with the state through permitting to come up with a management plan, which you're referring to, and then going forward, implement whatever the conditions of that management plan are. And there were 5 beaches involved. We started that immediately in April. There was some communication or incorrect communications, not by us out there. At this point, we have a draft permit under review to go out there and rake 2 of the 5. We're going to start working on the rest. The 2 being Colville's and Craigville. We've been out there raking those. But in general, many of the comments, I got many emails about trash on the beach, and this is we've always picked trash. We have never stopped picking up trash, and my wife and I have gone down to Craigville for 40 years, and Colville's and Calamus. Those are the 3 we typically sit at regularly. And we pick up about a kitchen bag of trash every day from Craigville and Colville's, because people, not our staff, or certainly not our wildlife, leave all sorts of stuff. It's just unfortunate. People need to be more courteous and more respectful of our resources. Thank you to our lifeguards and our beach staff, because as soon as they are there full-time, they are doing that as well, and that has never stopped. So. Yes, we're proceeding with those permits. It's a result of changes in law from 2021, and we'll get ourselves, so by next year, I think we'll be, there won't be a noticeable difference. So thank you.
Great.
Thank you for bringing that up.
So the other topic, if I may have, yes, thank you, and I've brought it up at previous meetings, is our progress with the opioid abatement fund settlement. I'd like to know how we're doing.
Well,
and if we've been able to engage the community in this conversation, and just an opportunity to maybe pontificate. We're talking about a lot of the things and the complexities that we are now facing as a community with crime, and drugs are a huge piece of it. And drugs have both the kind of nasty side, because it brings out a criminal element, but it also has the tragic side of early death and suffering, and families that are struggling with, either people who are in their families that are taking drugs. And here's a real opportunity to bring our community together to talk about, this funding that we have and how can we make that work. So just wanted to see what we might be doing so far.
Okay. I did receive communication from Mark Milne I think Mark's probably standing behind me somewhere in the audience. So Mark, do you want to come up and just briefly update on Councilor Schnapp's question? Yes, we are working on it, but Mark is frontline. Thank you.
Good evening, Councilors. Mark Millen, Director of Finance, and thank you for your question, Councilor Schnapp. We agree wholeheartedly with the idea of engaging the community as to how to best use these funds. It's suggested by the state that communities should do this. They don't have to, but we think it's important to engage the community. So August 3rd, we've been trying to source vendors to help us design that public engagement process. We found somebody that we're bringing in for a meeting on August 3rd to help us walk us through how we can structure that public forum and in that public engagement process. And Cheryl Powell from the Human Services Committee is part of our team in doing this.
Good to hear. I'd like to offer another suggestion that may partner with what you're already doing. I happened to be at a meeting of the Regional Homeless Executive Committee on Monday, and one of the members of that is the Deputy Director of Human Services for the county, and very active with the Regional Substance Abuse Council. And they have actually been trying to communicate with the various towns on the Cape. They don't have any authority because the money is coming to the municipalities, not to the county, but they're trying to facilitate ways that we can do that outreach in the community. And they have a presentation, and we actually received an email last year, a number of us did, and myself included, that I missed, about offering that information to elected officials and staff, and I would highly recommend that we invite the regionals, the folks that are doing that at the county to one of our council meetings, because I think it would give us some interesting ideas of what's going on in the rest of the Cape. So kudos that you're moving forward with this, but I think it's something we really want to stay on top of and make sure that as many people can be involved in the conversation as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. If you could share that email with me, if you can find it. And that individual's name did come up in the conversation that I had last week. And I think we're going to invite that person in to perhaps be part of our design process. Perfect. Team member.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Millen.
I failed to say something in response to your question. Lynn Poyon, can you just note the video we just did with the update today from Nina Coleman relevant to the permitting for beach raking? There's a video for our public to view if they want to see the details of what we're doing.
Thank you. Lynn Poyant, Director of Communications. Yes, video has been placed on the town's website. It's the latest issue of Town Talk, and it features an update with Nina Coleman, our Director of Natural Resources, and Sarah Beal Fletcher as our Town Talk host, talking about where we've been and where we are now and where we hope to go. So that's the latest for where we are with regards to beach raking.
Thank you, Director Poyant. Any follow-up, Councilor Schnapp? Okay, just making sure. Anybody? I knew there was something else. I could feel it.
I appreciated the report from Elizabeth Jenkins on the LCP, Local Comprehensive Planning Committee. And this already may be in discussion, but I think it'd be really valuable for members of the committee to maybe report out to the council.
Yes,
in the near future.
that is in the works. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. That has been suggested from Director Jenkins, and we do plan on having some sort of workshop presentation moving forward. Thank you. Any other response? Councilor Lucky, please.
Thank you, President Levesque. I wanted to compliment Mr. Els on your the grant of location regulations for the wireless communications. I read the comments that were submitted. It's very impressive where you're getting them from. I mean, it's quite something. And I remember some of the hearings here in this room about the wireless that was put in the church steeple in Centerville. And I talked earlier about the Mom Network with the drug app. I saw one of the women who lives in Centerville who I met when our children were in kindergarten. And she was actually in tears when she spoke. She couldn't hold back her emotion with that. So I really appreciate what you're doing. And I see with it a lot of parallels to the landing of the wind. You know, this is something new, and I would hope that we could take some of that you're doing there and maybe, you know, just think about it in terms of as we review the environmental submittals on the wind, the Article 97, take that same thought process and the care that you're doing with the wireless and put it towards the landing of the cables, which is also something very new that we're at the forefront of. So again, outstanding work with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Lucky. Anybody else? Okay. That is the end of, we conclude the town manager communications. And if, Madam Vice Chair, if you could help me act on the minutes, please.
Yes, I move that we act on the minutes of our last session, which was a long time ago. What was the date on those minutes? June 15th, as written.
Second.
We have first and a second. Any discussion? Okay, not seeing any. If you could signify your approval by raising your hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Anybody abstain?
Abstain.
4 abstentions. 4. Yes, ma'am. Yep. We, just like the last meeting, we made it right under. So that being said, now is time for communications from elected officials, boards, committees, staff, commission reports, correspondence, or announcements. Looking to my left, is there any announcements? Anything? Councilor Shaughnessy, please.
Thank you, President Levesque. Although it is in the town manager's report, I do want to highlight that our 7th annual Unity Day is going to be held on Friday, August 4, on the town green from 4 to 7. It's a great event. There's free food, there's free ice cream, there's music, there's dancing, and then there's things for the kids to do as well. And it's just a great event that brings the community together. So I did want to highlight that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Shaughnessy. Anyone else? You thinking about something, Councilor Hatzos? Okay, well, come back to me. Any, Madam Vice Chair, please.
I just want to add that I heard the dunk tank is going to be the new DA. So it might be fun to go to Unity Day and dunk him.
He's a good sport. Anyone else? Councilor Lucky, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to make, I guess, a public service announcement since it is in my district or precinct and some of the others in Hyannis. The PFAS in Your Health study is going to be winding up. They've had several extensions, but they've had their last extension. They're going to be winding up on September 15th. So if you do want to participate or you know anybody else who would like to, it's very valuable information. It's free. It helps the study. It will help understand some of the health risks associated. It'll better understand your own health risks associated. But it does take some time. And I know we only have one meeting a month, so by the time August comes around, it may almost be too late. So please, you can contact me or contact the wonderful group at the Silent Spring that's running it for us. They're down in Centerville. Their information is widely available if you Google it, or again, you can contact me. But please consider doing that for your health. And just to help in terms of this national effort, we are one of 2 sites in Massachusetts participating in a nationwide study. So please help out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor King. Anybody else? Okay, then I would close the communications, number 8 on our agenda item, and I would now say let's take a 5-minute break. And we will come back with the orders of the day, and I will take the item 203 out of order and do that one first for the sake of those in the audience. I'd like to apologize. Our AC is not currently working properly, so obviously you can feel the heat, and so I just want to recognize that. So I appreciate you being here and dealing with that as it gets warmer, and we are working on trying to get that fixed, obviously, and get the correct parts and move along. So, but commending at the same time DPW for trying to cool down the room as much as possible before the meeting started. So, but keeping the AC units on would deter from the audio. So I wouldn't be able to hear on channel 18 or the people who want to participate remotely. So just want to communicate that. And with that, moving on to the orders of the day, Madam Vice Chair, if you could please read item number 2023-203 into the record, please.
This is item number 2023-203, amending the Code of the Town of Barnstable, Part 1, General Ordinances, Chapter 168, Section 168-5, to conform to Chapter D of the Code of the Cape Cod Commission Regulations of General Application. This is a public hearing with a roll call majority vote. As written.
Second.
We have a first and a second, and we have Attorney Kate Conley here for the rationale. And also Director Jenkins also for the rationale. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the Town Council, Kate Connolly, Assistant Town Attorney. Chapter 358 of the Acts of 2020 made changes to General Law Chapter 48, which became effective in January of 2021. Chapter 48 being the State Zoning Act. Most notable of the changes, it changed the required voting threshold for municipal legislative bodies to approve several categories of zoning changes from a 2/3 supermajority to a simple majority vote, which is just one more than half. The Commonwealth's stated goal in passing this law was to make it easier for municipalities to achieve the minimum vote for zoning changes with respect to housing. The stated intent behind the amendments to the Zoning Act was to remove the barriers to development of more housing throughout the state. The town's authority to enter into regulatory agreements, which is what this is about, under our Chapter 168 of our code, derives from the Cape Cod Commission regulations. When Chapter 168 was adopted by the town in 2004, the 2/3 quantum of vote requirement for regulatory agreements that provided zoning relief matched the voting requirements applicable to all zoning amendments as set forth in Chapter 48, Section 5 of the Zoning Act. This quantum of vote requirement was also consistent with the language in Section 4C of Chapter D of the Cape Cod Commission regulations, which states that, quote, a development agreement that is inconsistent with local zoning shall require either a zoning amendment to remove the inconsistency or the development agreement shall be approved by the same entity and the same quantum of votes as would be required to amend the zoning bylaws of the town or ordinance, close quote. So in light of the Commonwealth's stated goal in amending the Zoning Act, whether to amend the town's regulatory ordinance to lower the voting threshold for regulatory agreements that provide certain types of waivers from zoning is an important policy issue for the town. The town must decide what is required in its own ordinance in accordance with state law. Town council may decide that notwithstanding the voting threshold changes to the Zoning Act, it wants to maintain a higher quantum of vote for regulatory agreements that provide zoning relief, in which case the council has the authority to do so under the town's home rule powers, which are derived from Article 89 of Massachusetts Constitution as amended. A town council vote in the negative on this item would maintain the higher 2/3 quantum of vote requirement. In the alternative, the council may decide it wants to lower the quantum of vote for regulatory agreements that provide certain types of zoning relief. A vote approving this item would result in a lower quantum of vote to a majority, a simple majority, consistent with the Cape Cod Commission regulations. It's also worth noting that if no changes are made to the town's ordinance on regulatory agreements, thereby keeping in place the higher voting threshold for agreements that provide zoning relief, the proponent still has the option to forego a regulatory agreement and seek a zoning amendment, in which case the lower voting thresholds would apply in certain circumstances. And since the last meeting where this was first on the agenda, we did take into consideration some of the comments that we received, and I do have a proposed amendment when you're ready for it.
Okay, thank you, Council Conley. Attorney Conley, at this point, I think I want to introduce Elizabeth Jenkins with her rationale as well, and then we'll come back to that amendment if we could, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Levesque. I don't think I have anything further to add at this time, except for, perhaps the clarification that, what we refer to as the, housing choice legislation, again, as Attorney Connolly stated, went into effect with, what we affectionately call the Economic Development Legislation of 2020. It applies to all cities and towns in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and under the newly amended Section 5, there are essentially 5 different types of votes relative to allowing housing that can qualify for the simple majority vote rather than the 2/3 majority vote. Most notably, most applicably in this case, zoning changes that allow for multifamily housing or mixed-use developments as of right in an eligible location, or changes in dimensional standards like lot coverage, height, setbacks, that allow for the construction of additional residential units on a particular parcel of land. So those are the types of zoning changes that we might see proposed as part of a regulatory agreement and would be relevant in these cases.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I think it would be appropriate now. It was brought to our attention that, and I think after further discussion, we felt that this amendment should be considered and included into the item. So if we could present that amendment, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Certainly, Mr. President. And this relates to the paragraph in Chapter 48, Section 5, that talks about if there are written protests against a zoning change. So the proposed amendment to Agenda Item 2023-203 is as follows. By adding the following sentence at the end of Section 1, if there is filed with the town clerk a written protest against the zoning relief sought by a regulatory agreement, which is received at least 4 business days prior to the opening of the public hearing by town council, and which states the reasons, and is duly signed by owners of 50% or more of the area of the land proposed to be afforded such zoning relief, or of the area of land immediately adjacent extending 300 feet therefrom, the vote of the town council to recommend execution of the regulatory agreement shall be a 2/3 vote of all members. And further, by adding the following sentence at the end of Section 2, if there is filed with the town clerk a written protest against the zoning relief sought by a regulatory agreement, which is received at least 4 business days prior to the opening of the public hearing by town council, and which states the reasons and is duly signed by owners of 50% or more of the area of the land proposed to be afforded such zoning relief, or of the area of land immediately adjacent extending 300 feet therefrom, the town manager shall obtain a 2/3 vote of all members of the town council to authorize the execution of the regulatory agreement.
Thank you. And now you would need me to move the item. Can I just say I move to amend Agenda Item 2023-203 as written?
As written on the slide that's before me.
On the slide that's before you. It actually works in your favor. We have a first and a second. Any discussion? Councilor Schnapp, please.
Could we just give an example of what that means when you say 50% of the owners of the area of the land proposed plus the abutters? Is that so? There would be a certain number of abutters plus the owners of the land being changed.
That's correct. I'm
just trying to get the numbers here of what.
Refer to Director Jenkins. I believe you had a map. I don't know if you have it with you now, but you had looked at.
No. So the way so this is pulled again directly out of 40A.
Okay.
And was suggested by the legal department to add because again it's very explicitly in the statute, and the rationale being to sort of align the local ordinance with the statute. So the way the statute reads, and it's a little awkward, it's the area of the land within 300 feet of a subject parcel. And then at least 50% or more of those owners of the area of land. So, I'm sorry, I'm explaining it backwards. So it's 50% or more of the owners of 50% or more of the area of the land extending from the parcel that's in question. So it's not 50% of the owners, it's 50% of the owners of the land. So you take the land, so you would take the land area within 300 feet of a subject parcel. You'd find 50% of that, and 50% of those owners, the owners of that 50%, would have to file a petition in accordance with the amendment to lower the threshold. So typically, we're used to it being done by number of abutters. In this case, it's done by percentage of, essentially percentage of ownership of land. Does that make sense? So let's say you only had two abutters, right? And one abutter controlled 75% and one abutter controlled 25%. That one abutter couldn't file. You'd have to have the owners of 50% of the land extending from the boundary of the parcel. So not 50% of the owners, but owners of 50% of the land.
So it actually assists those who are larger landowners? Is that how I interpret that?
I suppose. So yeah.
If you had 75% of the land that's abutting,
yeah,
you could make a petition, but
correct,
the 25% person couldn't.
Couldn't, right.
So
that's an extreme example, but by way of explanation.
Okay.
Yeah. So not 50% of the number of abutters, 50% of the ownership of the land within 300 feet.
And we could figure that out with our GIS system?
Absolutely. So so it's easy for us. So we typically, in the zoning perspective, calculate abutters within 300 feet. That's very standard for us. So we'd have to set up a system where we find, what percentage ownership each one of those abutters had, and then for those petitioning for the change, that percentage ownership would have to add up to 50 in terms of percentage of the land.
And as Director Jenkins mentioned, this is direct language from the statute as it was amended. As convoluted as it sounds, it's in the statute.
It's from the statute, but the housing choice legislation, it succeeds that, right? So this existed in the statute already as a way for people to petition a zoning change that they didn't like.
Right.
Okay.
Point of order, Mr. President. That's not an accurate statement.
Yeah.
That is not what the statute says. That is not verbatim from it. I have it right in front of me right now.
You could speak during the public hearing if you like. Yeah. We're just going to discuss him. Thank you, Ms. Dale. Anyone else? Councilor Luckey, please.
Thank you, President Levesque. And since we're having this discussion about verbatim language, why do we add this if it's already in the law? I'm confused. What is it adding to our local procedure here if it's already existing in the law? Why the amendment? I'm somewhat confused. Thank you.
It does already exist in the law, and we proposed this as an amendment to address some of the concerns that were raised by people who thought, it is speculative. There can be litigation no matter what, but this addresses the concern of the possibility where if there is a protest, we can have the quantum of vote raised back to the higher level.
But did you take everything from the law, or you just took this specific aspect? I'm just curious. We're just taking this one piece of the law?
There were no other provisions of the statute that we felt needed to
there are other
changes
statutes
to the regulatory agreement.
Okay, if it's in the law and this pertains to the law, okay.
The legislature made these changes, but left it to cities and towns to make their decision. So while the legal department did feel that it is important for you, the town council, to vote how you want this to come out, it is a policy decision. Either way you vote is legally acceptable. In other words, whether you vote to keep the simple majority, if you vote for the supermajority, the 2/3, or have it a vote for a simple majority. Either way is going to be legally acceptable, but it's important that you make a decision.
Right, that aspect I understand. I just don't understand why we picked this statute to add to an amendment if it's already in the law that where our voting is based upon.
Because the Cape Cod Commission regulations, we want our regulatory agreement to be consistent with that. So when Chapter 40A was amended, since we're operating, our regulatory agreement was operated, as I mentioned earlier, under the Cape Cod Commission requirements, we put this additional proposed amendment to address that.
Is that in the Cape Cod Commission, the 2/3? Is this particular thing is in the commission with the abutters? Is that what you're saying?
No, that provision is not in the Cape Cod Commission regulations. That's in the statute. Do you want to cite where the commission regulations address this?
Sure. So yeah, I'd be happy to clarify. So again, Cape Cod Commission regulation, Chapter D gives guidance on local voting thresholds for regulatory agreements. And that document states that when a development agreement is inconsistent with local zoning, there are two options. Either to bring forward an associated zoning amendment with that regulatory agreement, or that the regulatory agreement grant zoning relief as needed to resolve such zoning inconsistency. Then it goes on to give the guidance on the threshold, which says the development agreement must be approved by the same entity and the same quantum of votes as would be required to amend the zoning ordinances of the town. So this is where the question and the discussion arose here, is that the Cape Cod Commission regulations that outline the required quantum of vote for a regulatory agreement say that when there are zoning changes needed or when there's an inconsistency with local zoning, if those changes are going to be incorporated into the negotiation of a regulatory agreement, they must be approved by the same entity, in this case the town council, and the same quantum of votes as would be required to amend zoning. So with the change in 40A, the quantum of votes required to amend zoning for certain projects changed. So that's the question at hand.
And again, we're just discussing the amendment right now.
Right, that's why I'm discussing the amendment, but
Yeah.
that's why I've said I'm not speaking clearly, obviously. I'm asking, why are we doing the amendment if we seem to be cherry picking a piece of the statute? If we're
It's not really cherry picking, Council
Well,
Lucky.
if we're-
So, no, I can respond to it. This was actually brought up, and we're giving our best effort to address what is something that brought up in public comment in our last meeting. And I thought it was important to discuss the merits of what was said in public comment. And I felt that in talking with our attorney and our Director of Planning and Development, it came out of the discussion that this was a valid point and should be added to the item. So therefore, I'm making this amendment because I take their opinion seriously, and I thought that this should be added to the item as it stands.
Yeah. So my
That's the origin.
Yeah, okay, but my question stands, why are we doing the amendment if it's in the statute? Why are we?
It's not in our regulatory agreement statute. It's in the state statute.
But doesn't the state statute apply?
No, not necessarily.
Okay.
Yeah.
Our regulatory agreement, even the whole reason why we're here and we're discussing this, is the fact that it is a different agreement outside of zoning. Any other questions in regard to this item, proposed amendment? Okay, not seeing any, then do we need to do a roll call on that? So we're voting on the amendment. I'm going to vote on the amendment, Mr. Ale, and there is no public hearing on the amendment, unfortunately, so procedurally I have to move forward. And then possibly we could amend it further. Very good. You're welcome. Like I said, sir, your public comment was the reason why this is here in the first place. You're welcome. So we are voting on the amendment to add that to the item. And then we will discuss, if we vote on this and it gets approved, we will discuss the item as amended. And we will open the public hearing to discuss the item as amended. So we're voting on the amendment to add it to the item. Does that take a roll call vote? Then please, council, if you could signify your approval by adding this amendment to the item, by raising your hand, signify your approval by saying aye. 1, 2. Keep your hands up, please, so I can. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 approve. Those who would not like to deny adding the amendment, please raise your hand by signifying saying aye. 5 nays. There's no abstentions. 8 plus 5 equals 13. So we're good there. So it does pass. So now we will now discuss the item as amended, and at this point in time, I would open the public hearing and ask if anybody has public comment. And again, you'd have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Felicia Penn from Hyannis. I did send you a memo on Monday, and I'm just going to expound a little bit on that. So zoning is put in place so that policies contained in the town's various plans get implemented. That's just kind of a summary of the 2-page memo that I sent you. And as you know, zoning addresses many aspects of development, including density, height, intensification of use, design, landscaping, setbacks, parking, lighting, signs, appearance, pedestrian patterns, safety, and more. It's created to implement our long-term plans for the benefit of the people. It should be difficult, if not impossible, to waive zoning in a tightly packed area like the growth incentive zone or any area designated as a regulatory agreement district, as every time zoning is waived, the community loses. I gave you the example of the CVS at the Airport Rotary, and you can add the McDonald's on North Street and CVS across the street from that. You can add the boutique addition to the Harborview Motel on Ocean Street, where the landscaping is not according to plan and neither is the parking. The terms of our regulatory agreements are not well enforced. I'm not in favor of a simple majority vote on any reg agreement. It should be difficult to obtain approval for disregarding our zoning. The town should, thank you. The town should not pave the path with gold to make it easier for any developer to obtain a regulatory agreement. Regulatory agreements should be exceptions to the rule. If a project can't sail through, and I asked you this before, with 2 extra votes from majority, then it probably is not good for the village or the location in the first place. And I know this has been kind of connected to 35 Scudder, so I'm just giving you other information. Hyannis as a village already has more than its share of both affordable and multifamily housing. I don't know if you're familiar with the sheet, but it's on the town website. Besides, since 2017, 884 units are either in the pipeline in Hyannis only and are already built. And this does not include the proposed project at 35 Scudder. 884 units. It's right here, okay? There's 26 units in Centerville on this sheet. 884 in Hyannis. Are you aware that Hyannis has a daily water shortage of 1.8 million gallons a day? And the shortage is expected to exceed 3 million gallons a day by 2030. That's the Weston Sampson report that the DPW has. Are you aware that Quatera's own soil engineer reported that the soil at 35 Scudder can't support the proposed buildings?
30 seconds, please.
This vote you're taking is not about housing versus the environment or any single project. It's about capacity. And I suggest you do not have enough information to vote at this time. Until the town defines the maximum amount of square footage that can subsist on the resources in our villages where the reg agreements and zone is, The town council should not lower any threshold that allows zoning to be nullified. Please vote no at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Penn.
Hi, good evening. Heather Hunt from Osterville. I want to focus on what this proposed ordinance actually does, where it does it, and whether or not we know those things for sure standing here today. And I'll put aside, I'm still confused by the amendment, but we'll put that aside. It reduces the vote needed to approve a regulatory agreement that includes zoning waivers at a, quote, eligible location. So what is an eligible location? We know it's defined as follows by law. Areas that, by virtue of their infrastructure, transportation access, existing underutilized facilities or location, make highly suitable locations for residential or mixed-use smart growth zoning districts or starter home zoning districts, including without limitation. Areas near transit stations, including rapid transit, commuter rail, and bus and ferry terminals, or areas of concentrated development, including town and city centers, and other existing commercial districts in cities and towns, and existing rural village districts. I hope it's more clear to you than it is to me reading this standing here what that actually means. So what are the eligible locations in our town? If it's everything in an existing regulatory agreement district, that includes downtown Hyannis. It also includes the heart of Centerville from Four Seas over to the penny candy store. And of course, the town council could expand that district as quickly and with sort of little notice to residents as it did the Hyannis district. If it's everything in a so-called community activity center, those are the areas where the unelected Cape Cod Commission suggests you change zoning in order to increase building density and height. It would include a quarter of a mile around Osterville Village Center and a quarter of a mile around historic Barnstable Village District. Are those eligible locations under the law? Do you know if the various shops, restaurants in Freedom Hall and Katuitt might make that an eligible location too? See, a lot of people here focused on the environmentally sensitive piece of land in Hyannis, which I think you should protect. It's far from my home, but I think you should protect it. Do you know for sure what else is an eligible location as you seek to vote tonight? Do people in your precincts know what is an eligible location as you vote tonight? Do they know you're talking tonight about seeking to lower the voting required to waive zoning in those eligible locations? The one thing we do know for sure is that the assistant town attorney has said, you are not required by law to make this change. The builder, Mr. Brennan, sort of was wrong on the law on that, and that's fine. He's a builder, not a lawyer. The other things we know for sure.
He actually is a lawyer.
Okay, well, the lawyer was wrong on the law in any case. The other thing we know for sure is that the planning director has said publicly that this change is not needed to obtain state funds. The other thing we know for sure is we as a community and the people who have been stewards of the community for generations have purposely set high thresholds to rezone. Their point has been to keep the Cape, to protect what drives our economy, what makes people line up at the bridge to want to come over and spend their time and money here, and what makes people want to live here. I urge you to know with certainty what you are doing before you do it tonight. So I appreciate your consideration and your service.
Thank you, Mrs. Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. President, and members of the council, and thanks for moving this up on the agenda, although it may not have been as close as many of us might have liked. And also, thank you very much for the good faith effort on the amendment. All I was going to say was that the state statute says that you may file a protest anytime before the council takes action, not 4 business days in advance. And so that is not consistent with the statute, and I don't even know, I'm a lawyer, but I'm not a real estate lawyer in Massachusetts. I don't know whether that works or doesn't work. I don't know whether you have the authority even to do it under the statute. So I would suggest that you look at that, okay? Yes. But that's not really what I was going to talk about this evening. As Ms. Hunt just said, what's an eligible location can be any of these places, including the middle of Osterville, places in Katuitt, Barnstable, Centerville. And although, the vote is required to rezone eligible locations, these are as of right, and as Ms. Connolly told you tonight, this doesn't require you to reduce your vote for zoning waivers. Consistency is appealing, But in the words of Massachusetts philosopher Ralph Waldo Emerson, a foolish consistency is the hobgoblin of little minds. There are good and logical reasons for deviating from council-approved zoning for a single property and make that require a higher vote. I think you've heard that already from Ms. Penn, and you've heard that from Ms. Hunt, so I'm not going to repeat that. But a one-off deviation should require a higher vote. Now, with all of this in mind, I want to turn to what you may have already seen, and I do not have handouts for you, but HAC sent out today something asking people to come here, I guess if they weren't coming to their gala, to come and protest. But they listed 6 things that this proposition does. The first one is it allows Barnstable to align with the state. Well, as we already said, this isn't required by law, and comparing zoning waivers to rezoning an entire neighborhood or an entire area is comparing apples and oranges. Second, they say reduce the town council's demand for review of properties. Well, this doesn't change anything about what comes to you. This only changed how many of you have to vote in favor of it for it to pass. So that is not a correct statement. Number 3 was address the affordability gap and the need for diversity. Well, maybe some projects will get through by the skin of their teeth with 7 votes, but overall, this just changes the vote. It's not some sort of new housing program. There are other things that this council and every community should be addressing about housing. This is not the way to fix it. Number 4, provide clear and appropriate pathway for multifamily in a growth incentive zone. Well, again, this doesn't change any pathway. This just changes the number of votes that are required. And the ordinance doesn't say anything about it being limited to growth incentive zones. Who knows what it covers? You heard how vague this eligible location is. The 5th point that HAC made in the materials is help address developers' costs. Again, this doesn't change what permits a developer has to seek and the cost of doing all the paperwork for those permits. It only changes the vote that you have to give. But at least this point acknowledges who's going to benefit from this, developers. Finally, a point made is maximize buildable land, repurpose vacant properties. Well, any pro-developer change to zoning increases the buildable land, and the ordinance says nothing about repurposing vacant properties. This change is complex, it's inappropriate, it's not necessary. Keep it simple, keep it at 2/3. Thank you.
My name is Rick Presbury. Some may be surprised to see me here opposing the Twin Brooks and opposing the vote that you've taken. I'll have to say it's really offensive to have taken the vote. Maybe you had to do it, but to do it without this comment is just, it's going to make everybody feel badly in our group anyway. But what I want to say is that I have probably been responsible for building more affordable housing on the Cape than anyone else on Cape Cod. We did a bunch of developments. Every single town except Provincetown, we built stuff in. And on both islands, we built stuff. And all of the housing was affordable, every last one. Some of it was home ownership, some of it was family rental, some of it was elderly rental. I've been through it. And I've also proposed one stupid project where I made a mistake in trying to put something somewhere where people didn't want it. We had a lawsuit, we fought it, we spent $450,000, we won the lawsuit, and guess what? We never built it because we were wrong. Otherwise, I've always found sites without any trouble at all that were buildable and that we could put something reasonable that communities accepted in place to do affordable housing. That's what I did. This project is not that. It's not going to help.
Just point of
solve
reference,
the problem.
we're not talking about specific projects,
I know,
Mr. Presby.
I know,
what
but
mean?
this-
And I
this-
understand your concern about that, but this is
Many of us
just
think
to
the vote
keep it on top if you could.
Okay, what?
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Lost my train of thought, but so
Apologies.
What?
My apologies.
Oh, it's okay. We get along. What I think is that there's a myth about it being difficult to get land for housing. If you look at HAC, for example, my former agency that I don't have any insight into, they have 4 projects going on right now. They have one they're bidding on that they may get, and they have one where they've bought a piece of land within virtually a stone's throw of here. So there's a lot going on without this kind of a vote, without this, the overcoming zoning that we've gone to all this trouble to create. And I think we really need to look comprehensively at the issue, because you can't take housing as a crisis and take it out of the basket of crises that the Cape has. Our environment is critical. Every time I take my dogs to swim in a pond, I have to look it up on the town website to see if it's still okay. You know, we have a filter on our refrigerator to filter the water. And all the other things that we're doing now, what's it going to be like in 15 to 20 years? It's a problem. And that affects what we build and where we build it. So I just hope that, well, the other thing is I served on the Housing Committee for a long time. I'm not on it now. But the Housing Committee didn't really have any influence. I'd like to go back on it if we could really do stuff that had an influence in terms of understanding the housing issue, because yes, it's a crisis. Yes, we have to solve it, but we can't build our way out of it with big developments or with a council that doesn't thoroughly agree on what we need to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Presby.
Good evening. My name is Karen Kim McGuire. I live in Hyannis, and I'm president of Save Twin Brooks. I'm happy to be here tonight, Town Councilor President. Thank you very much, and thank for all the town councilors for what you do and for sitting through all the comments tonight. And I want to say thank you so much for the approximately 50 people who showed up tonight to share their opinion and their support for Save Twin Brooks. But what were they sharing their support for? Why are we here? Why are we talking about changing the zoning? Elizabeth, when I met with you in May of 2021, and you probably had to tell me 3 or 4 times, how does this work? What vote is required for a regulatory agreement for a development of this size to be approved by the town council? 2/3, okay? And then various discussions in meetings, hearings, town council meetings. When it came up, it was 2/3. Now, why would we be concerned? Because this is still, as far as I know, the largest proposed, now I'm talking about Twin Brooks, but I'm talking about the largest proposed development in the town of Barnstable that would require a 2/3 vote. Now, why a 2/3 vote? Well, there are 8 zoning regulations that they want leniency on, they want waived for this particular project. A 2/3 vote would maybe, I would assume, require more scrutiny, look at many different factors. When we listen to the people talking tonight, they're talking from their heart. They're talking from passion. They're talking from why they love to live here. So town councilors, why do you love to live here? Because when you talk about something so large, and I've said this from the very beginning, if we're going to put something this big into the town of Barnstable, can't we put this in a location that we develop for large, dense developments, if that is what you, as a town councilor, believes is going to be the solutions? As I look at each one of you, I have either heard from you personally or heard from a source that I trust, that you also have some concerns about the density of development like this. Putting a development like this in a neighborhood, an established neighborhood that's been there for a very long time. People who come into town who have to travel through the Rotary and go into downtown to use all those wonderful businesses and go to those restaurants and stores, how are they going to get through? So I know this is grave concern. So what I'm just saying is I really, really would like you to consider, seriously consider, keeping this as a 2/3 vote review for greater scrutiny, because you know what we're not hearing here? We're not hearing anything about the environment. We're not hearing about climate change. We're not hearing about the 600 trees somebody mentioned earlier, which they plan to cut down. We're not hearing about the things that Felicia Penn mentioned that are in the documents submitted by the developer at Twin Brooks. So what are we doing
30 seconds,
here? And what are we doing with this environment? I really want to ask you to carefully consider this. And also, our followers say to us, well, what do the town councilors think about this? And when are they up for election? And I said, Twin Brooks doesn't have anything to do with influencing elections, but they will be coming back to us and say, well, how did they vote on certain things? So I want you to think about this. I want you to think about your constituents. I want you to think very carefully about your vote on this. This is our future, and we want to preserve as much of Cape Cod as we can and have dense housing in another location. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. McGuire. Thank you.
Good evening, Laura Cronin again. I'm speaking as a resident of Hyannis, and I am a member of the Greater Hyannis Civic Association, but this comment is my own personal one, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. It does have to do with some of the information that we just recently heard, but I want to further add to the objections of making this change from a simple majority to a simple majority as it relates to the town council's approval of regulatory agreements for housing within the growth incentive zone. Council President Levesque came and spoke before our Civic Association board last week and provided the background on this proposal, which we thanked him for doing and taking the time. He emphasized that it would affect only a limited number of projects, specifically only the regulatory agreements within the growth incentive zone and only for housing. And I'm hearing tonight that maybe that's not it, but that's kind of how it was presented with us. So I'm going to kind of keep that portion out of my comments because it is more generalized than that. I'm glad to see that it isn't just Hyannis, but it does affect Hyannis. Because if it is just the growth incentive zone, that is just Hyannis, and that's why we had such a concern for changing it from a supermajority to just a simple majority, and that the GIZ and some of these developed areas are areas for development were created an incentive so that developers didn't need to go before the Cape Cod Commission, and they would have to just go on a local level and negotiate the terms and waivers on local. However, the problem is that's not enough. The majority of the regulatory agreements still come with requests for multiple zoning waivers, exceptions, allowances, variances, and a lot of them appear to be decided before they even go before the local boards and committees for review, and even before it gets to the council for a vote. All the more reason we should keep it as it is with the supermajority vote to get these agreements approved. If we keep it as is, it's not a mandatory. You don't have to change it. You can keep it as is, and it does not place the burden then on the abutters to have to provide signatures to try to get it back into a majority vote. We don't need to change it. It's not mandatory, required, or confusing. Although that amendment, I have to say, is very confusing, and I'm still very confused by it. But thank you for your opportunity. And I would like to know if it is just in the GIZ or where it is applicable. Thank you.
Just for those in Elizabeth Jenkins, if you could please. Currently, this would just affect what is currently the regulatory agreement zone. For us, we would have to, there's the looming threat that there's a possibility that we would propose to change that. That's not on the table, nor is it the intent, just to make that clear. So, so we're just talking about what I spoke with before. That's what we're talking about today. That would have to be a completely other item, and negotiations with the Cape Cod Commission in regards to expanding, but we're just talking about the current growth incentive zone. I'm sorry, the regulatory agreement zone, which is actually, as I mentioned, some of the opportunity zone, if I'm correct?
No, opportunity zone unrelated. I do have a map exhibit if you'd like me to.
Well, we'll wait
All
for
right.
Ms. Yeah, but we will definitely request
I'd be
to see a
happy to
map.
address that
Thank you very
question and
much.
the difference between 40A and regulatory agreements as it applies.
Thank you very much.
My
Ms.
name's Roberta
Roberta.
Mock, and I'm sorry to come up here twice, but I thought I made myself clear the first time. I'm seeing a complete difference in our representative by our council from the past. Years ago, the council used to represent the vote of the people. You were elected officials to represent our desires in making our town a great place and to protect us from greedy developers. What I'm seeing tonight is the council members forgetting that fact. We are the town.
No council member has given an opinion up to this point.
Excuse me, sir, but I think you're the greatest offender here. Okay? And I'm sorry.
That's
I
fine.
really do. I'm sorry. I just did not want to have to say that, but you you're proof, okay? Right here. You don't realize. People started leaving, and I said, why are you leaving? Well, because they've already made up their mind. Well, excuse me, how can you make up your mind when it's our vote and you represent us?
No one's had any discussion yet, but I
We do
appreciate
not
it.
need to rush this through. There's a lot of people you're making it more complicated. What about the people that aren't abutters in a particular area? They have no voice. You're removing their voice. If they're not abutters, you're removing their voice by changing it from 63 to 50%. So please stop doing this. Slow down and think about what you're doing here. Thank you.
Just to clarify, it's going from 2/3 majority to a simple majority, which is greater than 50%. So can we look at that regulatory agreement map, please?
Happy to do a Zoom public comment.
Please, Chief, do you mind? Michael, please, thank you. Please, thank you.
Right. Explain what you just said to us.
Thank you. Can we see the map, please?
Okay. So if I may, President Levesque, I think it's important to back up and think about, again, Mass General Law 40A and the changes that were made statewide that impact every location in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And again, as I noted in my rationale, there are essentially 9 different types of proposed zoning amendments that may or may not apply, that may or may not be considered housing choice amendments applicable for the reduction in the quantum vote. Only one of those 7 addresses eligible locations, and that is allowing for multifamily housing or mixed-use development as of right in an eligible location. So just one, that's one of the 9 types of zoning amendments that might qualify for the quantum vote. There are, again, a wide variety of others, including allowing accessory dwelling units, provisions that apply to the quantum of vote for special permits. Very notably, changes to dimensional standards that allow for the construction of additional residential units on a particular parcel of land. So these apply regardless of location, and again, across the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. What we're focused on tonight is the quantum of vote for regulatory agreements. And regulatory agreements, again, as allowed and enabled by the Cape Cod Commission Act, Chapter D, can only happen within a regulatory agreement district. So a regulatory agreement district, as adopted by the council, in accordance, again, with the Cape Cod Commission regulations and Chapter 168, is the area that you see in sort of yellow-red on the map on your screen. The area in the crosshatch is the growth incentive zone. So that is, again, another permit streamlining tool available and enabled by the Cape Cod Commission regulations. That's, of course, the growth incentive zone, in which projects that may otherwise qualify for mandatory review as development of regional impacts do not have to go through that review, again, in the crosshatched area, the growth incentive zone. But again, what we're talking about tonight is the quantum of vote required for regulatory agreements within the regulatory agreement district map. So that's, again, the boundaries that you see here in red, primarily encompassing the growth incentive zone, but also the parcel at 35 Scudder, the Cape Town Plaza parcel, and the Centerville Village DCPC. So to further narrow the scope of what we are considering tonight, again, and coming back to what's in the Cape Cod Commission regulations, if somebody brings a development agreement forward that proposes a project that is inconsistent with zoning in place today, they have two options to proceed. One is to bring a subsequent change in zoning forward with that regulatory agreement. The second, again, is to ask for those waivers through the regulatory agreement process. So we're talking about projects within the regulatory agreement district that are asking for zoning waivers that are as part of their regulatory agreement relief that's being negotiated with the town. And again, then only those that qualify under the housing choice amendments in Mass General Law 40A. So not all regulatory agreements, only those that qualify. And those may be allowing for multifamily housing or mixed-use developments in an eligible location. We can certainly talk more about the process that the state outlines for determining what is an eligible location. But again, notably, it also includes any changes to dimensional standards that allow for additional residential units on a particular parcel of land. So again, opportunity zone, not a part of this at all. That is a sort of a different federal program that's supposed to incentivize investment in underutilized areas through tax benefits, dealing with capital gains. No impact on our local regulatory process at all. Different district, those are defined census tracts. We're talking about sort of our local regulatory tools and processes, all sort of coming down from this toolbox of the Cape Cod Commission. In this case, Chapter D of the Cape Cod Commission regulations, dealing with folks who are looking for zoning relief that again qualifies under Section 5 of the Zoning Act for a reduced quantum of vote. Does that make sense?
Okay. So thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate sharing that information. At this point, do we have any council discussion, any questions, or even comments? Looking to my left. Yeah, at this point, actually, thank you, Vice Chair Cullum. Is anybody else like to speak to this item? Do we have anybody via remote? Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
We'll have to move them over one moment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Brad Buttman. Mr. Buttman, you may unmute. You have 3 minutes. Thank you. Mr. Buttman, you may unmute.
Hello?
Yes, Mr. Button, we can hear you.
Yes, this is Brad Buttman calling from Falmouth. I had 2 questions I wanted to ask. One was a procedural issue. Is the town council is proposing to change this the regulation that requires a 2/3 vote, but you're changing it by a simple majority. And it seems like if you're changing a procedure, that seems like it makes the original thing that required a 2/3 vote sort of laughable, so that at a minimum you should require a 2/3 vote to change something that requires a 2/3 vote. Second, the amendment that was offered that that allows residents to challenge this or challenge this by by getting 50% of the signatures. That's only within that regulatory district, whereas the zoning for the town of Barnstable was developed townwide, and it seems like it should involve all the residents if you want to change that procedure, not just 50%. And you could have one very large open space that's owned by one person that then could easily change, if they control more than 50% of that area, they could change the zoning by themselves. Thank you. I'd like an explanation from the town council how you can change a 2/3 majority by a simple majority of the town council.
I'm not very clear on exactly what his question is. I believe it's been explained.
Yeah, I'd be happy to address it again. So
Yeah, sure.
again, it's not the council that allows for the opportunity for the reduction in the quantum vote. It was the state legislature through state changes to state law that revised Massachusetts General Law 40A for under amended Section 5, certain types of zoning ordinances can be enacted by a simple majority vote rather than a 2/3 majority vote. Again, if they are those targeted at promoting housing production in the Commonwealth. So what we are doing tonight is considering whether under Chapter 168 to allow projects that are permitted through the regulatory agreement tool to be able to be passed consistent with the quantum of vote allowed under Mass General Law Section 5. So we have a vote of our local council to amend our local ordinance to be consistent with the state statute as noted as directed in the Cape Cod Commission regulations that state, again, that for regulatory agreements, if there are zoning waivers within a regulatory agreement, they be approved by the same entity and the same quantum of votes as would be required to amend the zoning ordinances of the town by that state statute.
Thank you for that explanation. And I understand the passion in the room, quite honestly. But you have to. So when this was designed to answer a question, when a regulatory agreement was designed and negotiated, as was noted, with the Cape Cod Commission, it was required to line up with state statute, which at the time was a 2/3 majority vote. Since then, that has changed. But the conditions with the Cape Cod Commission have not. So I understand it could be an optional change, but it was recommended by the legal department. When I asked the question, is this true? They said, the council needs to make a decision. And therefore, I put it on the agenda and put my name on it so that it could be a discussion, a civil discussion, not name blaming, not looking at somebody like they're an enemy. We are your neighbors. We live and breathe and use the services, same services you do. And I get it. There's some people who just need to be offended. But I'm saying to you that this is an honest discussion about something that was brought up that's inconsistent. That's it. And we're having an honest discussion about it and trying to get as much education as possible by our staff. So that's what's happened. That's what's moving forward at this point. At this point, does any other council have a question or comment? Council,
sorry.
Thank you,
hold on.
I'm just not sure we finished. I'm not sure we finished the answering. Excuse me, just a second.
I just don't believe we answered Brad's
exactly.
question.
We didn't answer the question.
I think Elizabeth, you reiterated the point of changing the vote, but Brad's question was, and maybe we need a legal read on this, was how can you change a 2/3 vote by a simple majority? That was his question.
Oh,
It was a
okay.
procedural question.
Understood.
not
You know what,
on-
I honestly couldn't quite,
That's what I was trying to say, that we need to answer Brad's question.
So,
just
can we get a legal opinion in regards to that? Oh, yes, please. Attorney Nober, thank you.
Good evening,
Mr. Schwab, you
councilors.
have your time.
Karen Nober, Town Attorney. We amend our ordinances by majority vote. What is before you is an amendment to the regulatory agreement ordinance. That's a majority vote. If we were amending the zoning ordinance, it would be a 2/3 vote or a majority vote if it fell under housing choice. But we are amending our ordinance potentially, and that's a majority vote. That's what he was asking.
Thank you for the clarification.
There's also one other question he asked that wasn't answered.
Okay.
And that is the idea of if you have one abutter, how can that one owner change the vote? And I just want to make it clear that that the vote threshold, that one owner could only change it to 2/3. Just so that's clear, because I don't know if that was clear to the caller, and I just want to make sure that that's clear. That's my understanding anyway. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, councils, for clarifying that, helping me with that. Please.
Vice President, the language, that somebody objected previously that when I said the language we took directly from the statute, he is correct. The part about the 4 business days we did add, which we're authorized to do under home rule. You can be more stringent than what the state requires. You just can't be less stringent or inconsistent. So the language is exactly from the statute, but in the amendment, we added the 4 days, 4 business days.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Schwab, would you like to comment?
Yes, Eric Schwab, West Hyannis by the Rotary. Sorry, I don't speak very loud. You mentioned the word trust several times. I don't think you have the trust of the community when you advance an incomplete item like this. I think that the community would trust your decision-making more if you set this aside, worked on it a little bit more, and brought something to consideration that's complete. And this is not complete, and it's not well thought out. And so I would ask you to kindly just set this aside. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schwab. At this point in time, I would close. Do you have anybody else remotely, Lynn, at this time? Okay. At this time, I would close the public hearing on this item. And again, open up to council discussion. Nick.
I just want to thank everybody who came out and spoke passionately, many of you, and were specific to the item at hand, item 2023-203. You know, your points were well taken, listened to, and appreciate the respectful manner most of you addressed us. I will say that just because we're having a discussion about something that folks may not like or perceive in a different manner, it doesn't mean we're not listening, it doesn't mean it's a bag job, doesn't mean we've made our mind up. We're just having a conversation. That's what we're here, and we're presenting. It's being presented to you tonight. So, speaking for myself, but I know my fellow councils I've been serving with now for a little while. I know they don't take anything lightly. I know they don't make their minds up necessarily before they walk in the door. They want to hear all the facts from the people who have them, and I think it's incumbent on those of us that are here and those that from the public that. We just remember that. And again, I just want to thank everyone for their comments and sticking to the item at hand. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Yes, absolutely. Question or comment? Councilor Steinhuber, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I just wanted to kind of backstop what Councilor Atzelis mentioned about, representation. And we represent a town where, in reality, we're a city named the town of Barnstable of 50,000 people. We're the size of Framingham. We're the size of, a lot of suburbs outside of Boston. I mean, we are a big area. So we represent 50,000 people. And I know we have 13 counselors here. I've been on the council for a decade now, and I've probably served with maybe 30 different counselors over that time. And I can say that, the council is diligent in listening to people. But over these years, when things maybe don't go the way you wish they did, doesn't mean you're not being listened to. Doesn't mean your point of view wasn't considered. You have to think of all the 50,000 people in town, all of their circumstances, their needs, their wants, their lives, their families, their businesses. So there's a lot to consider for all of us as we go through different items. I did want to thank the staff for bringing this forward for consideration. Reminds me a little bit of the medical marijuana kind of housekeeping we did on the ordinance a few months back, because the state guidelines had changed on that, and we kind of brought that zoning in line with the state. To me, this is a similar item where the state has now changed the law on thresholds for housing developments. So I appreciate you bringing this up for consideration. On a side note, I will say this, because a lot of people had signs and are talking about Twin Brooks. That is not on our agenda. Hasn't been for, I think it's probably been 3 years. There's been chatter about it in town. I don't know that we will ever actually have the Lennar development in front of us, but I do want to kind of implore everyone in the room and others to really take a step back and let the reality of the situation at Twin Brooks really soak in, especially with the news of this past week. The option there is not housing or no housing. The only option there is how much housing. And this week, and I'm pretty sure the Civic Association received this information within the last day or two. I think the board of Safe Twin Brooks has this information now. The owner of that property has designed a 10-building, 400-unit 40B that is currently being filed with the state for approval as a backstop to Lennar. So our choices are: we go with a smaller development, which may or may not come in front of us. Hold on, I'm speaking. I have the microphone. I'm giving you a reality check to help you. So we have control over a Lennar-type project through a regulatory agreement. You have control over some of that. Goes to a 40B, you have no say. We have no say. So those are the two choices. That's the reality. And I'm sure
I close the public hearing, Rick.
I'm sure the
close the
board
public hearing.
can share that information with you. But I just want everyone in the room to really just take a hard look at it, so that as a community we can make a good decision. And that's just the reality of the situation. It's completely true, and you can well, okay. I'm trying to do you a public service by giving you a realistic. Okay, all right. Well, you can go on with the fantasy, but I'm just telling you the reality.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think one of the challenges for us on the dais. One of the challenges for us on the dais is because we have these complicated abilities in the town of Barnstable to approve things that are usually over the threshold for the Cape Cod Commission. And these, as Ms. Penn pointed out, this was something that was created with great negotiation to create the growth incentive zone and the regulatory. And the regulatory agreement process, is not without some flaws. And I think that is something we might want to look at in the future to make sure that now that we've evolved as a town with some of our zoning, where we have approved form-based code zoning in a good part of our GIZ, where we have seen some projects come through on the regulatory agreement process that give us pause, so that's one issue. And I think one of the concerns, and I'll just own it, that I have is I understand that to be in conformance with the state law with the housing choice, with a regulatory agreement, oftentimes there's other waivers that are requested. Would there be sort of a bifurcated regulatory agreement if portions of the agreement were to waive zoning that applies to the housing choice legislation, but other elements or waiver requests would require the 2/3?
I mean, I certainly defer to Attorney Connolly, but my take is that generally under housing choice, you are not allowed to mix and match when it comes to zoning and zoning relief that you're looking for. You have to conform strictly to the type of relief that's listed in the statute if you're going to pursue that majority vote. So again, should the council choose to lower the threshold in accordance with housing choice, the relief that was being sought under the regulatory agreement, at least in my opinion, would have to conform to what's allowed to be voted by majority vote in housing choice.
Mr. President, if I may, I agree with your
Please.
just for a majority vote. If there is a regulatory agreement that involves several types of zoning relief, that some would require 2/3 vote, some would require a majority.
Please go right into the microphone.
Sorry, it's recommended in the guidelines that the state has put out that you try to separate those out, but if there's a 2/3 requirement mixed in with some things that would only require a majority vote, it's a 2/3 vote.
Thank you. Any other question, comment? Councilor Rapcasetti, please.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you all for coming out. I didn't support Mass General Law's change, and I won't support this one. Just because the state does it doesn't mean it's good for our community. And I agree. We're the voice of the constituency, and to lessen that voice, to me, is wrong. It doesn't create housing to go to a simple majority. We're not creating more housing. Mr. Brennan spoke about it would, encourage housing. Perhaps it would encourage some housing, but he went through the regulatory agreement and got a housing project, 1 or 2 passed, and was able to make the hurdles that's required with the 2/3 vote. We've made great strides in our housing in the town of Barnstable, specifically in the village of Hyannis. I wish it could be throughout the town, and I hope with infrastructure improvements, it will be throughout the town, so Hyannis doesn't bear the burden of the population. We also have created a housing trust, and it funded that with CPA money, and I don't see a lot of that money being spent on housing. So we've made a lot of great strides in the town of Barnstable. I don't think it's time for us to lessen the threshold for developers for the town of Barnstable.
Councilor Lutzke, please.
Thank you, President Levesque. I'm glad I'm following Jessica, because I think she spoke about a lot of things that I want to speak about. So many amazing comments, and also I loved the people out front today. I'm a union employee. I took a bus down to New York City and stood with my fellow union employees and held signs. And I think it's important to show your solidarity. You're not union employees, but you're our constituents, all of you, regardless of our precinct. And thank you so much for doing that. It was very moving, and it shows your dedication, and I really liked that. But speaking on what Jessica, I see, and again, I'm very much a process person, and processes should be transparent, they should be clear, and they should be as open to the public as possible, especially when we're talking about the types of development we're talking about. And I think if we would trace this back, we don't have a housing production plan. Well, I guess we technically do, but we're supposed to be doing a new one. We lost our housing person on the staff. I know Elizabeth is working very hard to replace that person, and it is difficult to get that expertise. But without a housing production plan, and even when we did have one, it was never certified. And this speaks to Council Steinhelber's point. If you have a certified housing production plan, which means a plan that is actionable, a plan that has solid things that can be executed, speaking to some of Jessica's points, where you lay out a toolbox, if you will, of things that you can do to generate housing. And they're all not developers coming into town. Some of them are tax incentives, converting ADUs, that kind of thing. There's a toolbox out there, and Provincetown is outstanding out at putting together a toolbox. And I would hope that same toolbox will be in our housing production plan. So not having that plan, it really hobbles us. And this, again, looks like it's just a subset. And a certified plan protects you from the 40B. But I don't see the 40B as the big bad wolf that it's being portrayed to be. I think it provides an equitable distribution of affordable apartments within these big complexes. I don't necessarily think 20 to 25% affordable is a big bad wolf. I think that's very positive. And a lot of communities are having a hard time certifying their housing production plans. And the way they're getting them certified, and this was described from mass housing officials to me, was that they were being pounded by 40Bs. Well, maybe we need to be pounded by 40Bs if that's what it takes, if we're not going to do the other things. So I don't think we look at that. And when we said the only option is how much housing there, I'm not sure how we can say that. I don't. I think that's prejudging a decision that's not before us. And I think it's a little bit scary to put that out there, that a 40B is bad. It's not bad. It just means we have 20, 25% affordable. And now, speaking directly to regulatory agreements, I shouldn't say like, but I don't think regulatory agreements ought to still be in our toolbox. We spent, I can't give you the exact amount, but it's probably a six-figure income or six-figure on our downtown zoning, probably. How much was that, Elizabeth, we spent to do the downtown zoning?
So that was almost entirely grant funded. So
well,
very
regardless
little
of where
cost
it
to the
came
town,
from,
but the
but-
initial grant funding was around $50,000.
50,000, okay. And we spent several years doing that. And I think what we did was an amazing product. And I went to the hack training where they train you to speak for housing, because I wanted to go to that training to understand how to speak for housing. And they said that housing by right is critical. And that's what we've done with this downtown zoning. We've given HAC exactly what they've wanted, housing by right. And I saw in the newspaper, I'm not as privy as President Levesque is, but I did see in the newspaper recently about the Cascade Motor Lodge coming in. And that would be the first one that's going to provide the housing that we have in there. And if you look at this map that's in front of all of us, the overlap is nearly complete for the downtown zoning districts. Is that correct? Does it go outside the GIZ, or it's somewhat smaller, I think?
The downtown Hyannis zoning districts are concurrent with the growth incentive zone, so the
Okay.
cross-hatched area.
All right, so we're only talking about the Kmart Plaza, which is the airport, and then we're talking about Centerville, and then 35 Scudder. Regulatory agreements, and before I came here tonight, I just looked up one at random, because you can look at the old planning board meetings and you can see them. And here's an example, which is housing. I mean, there's so many regulatory agreements. This was the Flagship Estates in Hyannis. It's on North Street and Stevens Street. It was a regulatory agreement that was entered into in, I think, 2006. They were supposed to do 29 units and 3 affordable. They ended up building 24 units with 2 affordable. And at first, the affordable were going to be off-site, and then they said, well, they're going to be on-site. And then they came back in 2022, so you can do some math there, that's quite a bit later. So this regulatory agreement is still going on. And they said, you know, we're not going to build the 29, we're only going to build the 24, and we're not going to give the 3 affordable, we're only going to give the 2. And if you read the minutes from the planning board, it's both parties failed. The town says, well, they failed, and the other guy failed. And these regulatory agreements are negotiations, they're contracts, and they can be very detailed. And normally, there's a reward. If we give you the zoning relief, you'll give us something. And I don't know that that's the best way to do business. I don't feel it is. I feel we've worked so hard on this zoning, we've got it by right, and why don't we stick to our guns? Why don't we stick up to ourselves? If a developer wants to come in outside of where we have so carefully zoned, why don't we stand up as a town and say, wait a minute, we put our time and our effort into doing this zoning where we want to build. Why do we always yield to the developers? It seems a curious thing that we do that. And what we don't see on this map is the mall. And that's another thing we did as a council. We rezoned the mall for, again, by right development there. So we're doing that. We're doing things that we feel as a town. So I don't support this because it gives more life to regulatory agreements, which I believe should be sunsetted entirely. They're fraught with difficulties. They're often not lived up to on both sides of it. And I think they take it out of the public process. As we said, by the time the regulatory agreement gets to this body, it has been fully negotiated in the planning board, and there's really not much room to do that. And Paula mentioned it. There's been some recent examples where we're setting up developers, I want to say, for overreach, for perhaps failure. And I don't think it's fair to them either, that they say, well, boy, if I do all this and I give them that. We've had two recently. I've never seen one sitting here, but I've watched you guys. There was the Starbucks drive-up window that was denied, and then the most recent one that the planning board did at their level was the shoestring at the dock side of the condos there, again, housing. So I'm not in support of this, and it's mostly because of the regulatory agreement process, which I think is doing us a disservice as a town to really move forward with the brilliant work that Elizabeth and her team has done. I'll mention just one more thing. I know I'm taking a little bit of time, but I am on the downtown Hyannis, the historic district, and Elizabeth and her office, they're doing what I think is, again, another brilliant thing. They put the planning board together with the historic district board, and they're coming up with a guidebook to further help developers who are working here, to give that guidance, to make it what we want to make it as a community for all of us to best participate. So that's the reason that I'm not at all in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor King. Anyone else comment? Councilor Cusack.
Thank you, Mr. President. Attorney Connolly, I just wondered if you might be able to characterize what the potential legal exposure might be for the town if, for instance, this vote, we didn't bring, compliance or conformity with the state law.
Either way you vote tonight is acceptable and legal. It's just a policy decision. There are going to be lawsuits all the time, no matter what. In zoning, typically, either the applicant is not going to be happy with a decision, or they may get granted a decision, and then a butter is not going to be happy. So there could be litigation either way. But either way you vote tonight, we just recommended that you take a vote because it is an important policy decision. But however you come out is fine.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Also, are there analogous situations throughout the Commonwealth that we've studied where this effort to go from 2/3 down to simple majority has been done by other towns?
I'm honestly not, I have not heard about any where there's been any controversial issue. I know there have been situations where the town of Salem, or city of Salem, I believe it's a city, has tried to pass. Oh, I'm sorry. I Is this on? Okay. I'm not aware of any controversial issues that have come out of this vote since this passed in January of 2021, but I do know that there have been some cities and towns, Salem most notably has been in the media for not having passed it, and politicians in that town, even though their city council voted against changing it to, others in town were disappointed that it didn't allow for more housing, more affordable housing through housing choice. But other than that, I haven't heard of anything.
Please.
Yeah, I'm not really certain where to point this question, Mr. President, but let's just say this vote went negative tonight. Is this one bite at the apple, or is this something that could be reintroduced at a later date after, let's say, a workshop or something like that deals with some of the complexities here?
I would lend to Ms. Conley. Go ahead.
All right, through you, Mr. President. There is no prohibition against bringing this back if it doesn't pass. You may be familiar with zoning changes. If a zoning amendment fails, you cannot bring it back within 2 years unless you have a planning board recommendation. But this is an amendment to a general ordinance. The 168 is the regulatory amendment, and that's why earlier the question came up, how can you change, which I didn't understand his question at first, but the gentleman who asked about how you can change a 2/3 vote by a majority, it's because this is a general ordinance, not a zoning ordinance. So it could be brought back.
Thank you, Council Cusack. Any other comment, question from Council Neary? Did you have something you'd like to say? Okay. And anybody else on this side? Okay, so at this point, I'm going to pass the gavel to Councilor Vice President Cullum so I can speak on the item. So I'm officially passing the gavel and the rest of this item, control of the rest of the item, to Councilor Cullum so that I can speak. First of all, I just want to thank everybody for coming tonight. This was something that, again, was brought to my attention, and it was something, as the president of the council, it is my duty to bring it to staff to see that if it's something that's true, is it an issue that needs to be addressed? And it was brought to my attention that, yes, it is something that the council needs to consider. So that was, that was the intention, was to bring it before you and have a conversation, or bring it before the council, rather, and have a conversation in regards to this. Knowing full well, this is not a surprise whatsoever, that this was going to be a hot-button issue and that it was going to be looked at like we were targeting certain groups, or properties, I should say. So even though I really tried to get ahead of it and make it clear that that really wasn't the case, that it was something that was inconsistent that needed to be addressed. But believe what you will. I cannot control that. What I can control is the process. And what I can control is putting it on the agenda and having it here and having a public hearing so that we can talk about it. The intent is not to expand a regulatory agreement. There's nothing sneaky going on here. Looking at the map, I understand at that one point in time we were thinking about, when I first became a councilor, we were thinking about putting the 35 Scudder property within the growth incentive zone, that it would be outside the Cape Cod Commission purview. But there was a lot of interest, and no, it needs to stay within the Cape Cod Commission purview. And it was, and it went through it, and it passed 13-2, and you appealed it, and that's your right. And now you've probably held it up for a number of years until a decision's made on that. And and now we're hearing, right, and this is what Mr. Finch had said as the property owner, because again, it's private property. He has said that he is going to move forward with a 40B, and now he's got a full letter of intent and some plans that he has issued. And again, I believe those are in the hands of the Hyannis Civic Association and the board of Save Twin Brooks, so they're accessible. Of course, if you need it and you need to go through the town council office or town manager's office, I'm sure we could provide that to you. So here we are. That's something separate, completely separate. Let's come back to what the actual question is. The question is we have an inconsistency and something that was negotiated. It's actually, in my opinion, something much more simple than what's been brought forth tonight. But I can see why the waters would be muddied. But again, the intent is to be consistent. Housing choice was put in place because what was happening was housing was not being produced at the rate needed, and certain people groups weren't seen as being represented. Here we are. So, and I'm sorry, but it's evident what I see tonight. So this was written to me, this was given to me by a housing advocate. I didn't necessarily get permission to use someone's name, but this was something that they asked me to read into the record. It's well documented that one of the leading causes of a housing shortage is due to the onerous supermajority votes needed for housing votes and zoning changes. Now, this is this person's opinion, so please bear with me. What we have seen is that the rich residents are the ones who come out in droves, stopping progress, blocking access to housing. This is why Governor Baker spearheaded housing choice legislation that lowered the voting threshold. A simple majority vote doesn't mean build anywhere, and it doesn't mean that bad projects will get through. What this vote does is ensure that the best interest of everyone is reflected in our votes, not the special interest of a few. What this vote does is stand up for the systematic rules that keep good people out of our town, lower income, minorities, what have you. This vote ensures the small guy, the renter, the people working 2 jobs, and our minority residents have a seat at the table despite their situation and circumstances that keep them in the background. This vote is good policy that is in keeping with modern-day realities and course corrections to right our wrong thinking of the past to ensure that we, possibly as a town council, can make the best decisions possible about what is best for our town. So, in a lot of ways, a vote for yes, and the reason why housing choice was put in place was a vote for inclusion, a vote for fairness, equity, and a vote for residents who are necessarily not in this room. And I'm not saying that to make any enemies. What I'm saying is that it's, I just, you know, I go where these people live. I go where other residents that aren't represented in this room live. And they need housing. And they need places to live. And they need they do need affordability. And we need to work on all those things. And move forward in a direction, and move forward with a direction that we can provide housing for the people who provide services for us. And that was what housing choice was put into play. And this is what has been recommended as I talk to state legislators, state senators, when I'm talking to the Cape Cod Commission people, when I talk to my own staff, that there is an inconsistency. So again, I understand, you know, that it's lowering the standard, but I think it's lowering the threshold. And I can tell you firsthand, since we've done the form-based code, since we've done that and lowered the threshold in a lot of ways and showed a clearer map to what can be done, we are getting some great cast of characters and developers that are coming in here and moving forward with that. So, and we are trying to do that. So again, my intent isn't to offend people. My intent isn't just to force something down your throat. My intent is to be consistent and move forward that something, again, that could be representative for those who aren't necessarily in this room because they're busy taking care of their families or trying to survive. Thank you.
I have the gavel now. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? Yes.
Madam Vice President?
Yep.
With great deference and appreciation of the staff and the public that has attended this meeting and the robust conversation that we've had, and also the time and talent and effort of the town council, I'd like to make a motion to formally withdraw item number 2023-203.
There's a motion on the table. Is there a second?
Second.
Yep.
Second.
So we have a motion on the table to withdraw 2023, and we have, 2023-203, and we have a second. I believe this is a roll call vote. We're going to withdraw it as amended. Is that correct? Is there any discussion about it? No. Legal would like to approach.
we take just a couple of minutes to look at this as opposed to an up or down, and take a look at sponsorship as well. Would it be time for a 5-minute break, perhaps?
Okay, thank you. So we will recess for 5 minutes. Thank you. Sorry. And we'll be back at, wow, it's almost 10. We'll be back in 5. Councilors, please take your seats. Everybody here? Everybody but Tracy. Councilor Schnepp and Councilor Shaughnessy. Hi, welcome. Great. Okay, we have a motion on the table to withdraw and a second. Is there any councilor discussion about that? We got the go-ahead from legal that we can do that with this. So then I think what we're going to do is take a roll call vote. We'll move this to a roll call vote so we have everybody's name on record. And it's to withdraw the amended item of 2023-003. -203. Let me say it again. 2023-203. Town clerk and clerk.
Councilors Atzelis.
No.
Clark.
Yes.
Cullum.
Yes.
Cusack.
No.
Rapgrissetti.
Yes.
Levesque.
No.
Ludke.
Yes.
Mendes.
No.
Neary.
Yes.
Schnepp.
No.
Shaughnessy.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
Steinhilber.
No.
Okay, give me a minute so I can count them up. 6 noes. 6 no. We have 6 no, 7 yes.
The motion to withdraw passes.
And while you're welcome to stay, but obviously the room may empty out. I'm just going to give a couple more minutes for another recess, and we'll be right back. Thank you. return to the dais. I'd like to get started. Thank you for those who waited.
Is what it is, buddy.
I give him credit though because he's so dedicated. Except before he's the gym. Like I wish I've had one in my life where I was like that good, and then something happened to my knee, I had surgery, and then you get back and mindset's hard. But he's
And if someone left, do we need to do another roll call? Left. Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to welcome everyone back to the Barnstable Town Council meeting here. Thanks for waiting it out. Here we are, July 20th, still. We might get here later, but right now it's still July 20th. And again, thank you so much for to hanging with us. Okay, if we could please, Councilor Clark, if you have the pleasure of reading item number 2023-196.
Thank you very much, President Levesque. This is old business, may be acted upon, majority vote. Agenda item 2023-196, amending the Administrative Code, Chapter 241, Article 3, Multiple Member Appointive Organization, Section 241-44.5, Land Acquisition and Preservation Committee. Ordered that the Administrative Code, Chapter 241, Article 3, Multiple Member Appointive Organization, Section 241-44.5, Land Acquisition and Preservation Committee is hereby amended as follows, as read, as written.
We have first and a second. And Ms. Kennedy, are you going to do the rationale? Good to see you. Microphone.
By the way, oh yeah, I
There we
forgot
are.
about those things.
How about that?
Amazing how quickly they forget. You are a terrific advocate for your constituency, and I hope you continue to be so. And congratulations, favorite person. Okay, so I want to thank Councilors Jessica Rep-Grassetti and Chris Clark for bringing this item forward. I want to thank you, Council President Matt Levesque, for meeting with me on this subject and for legal to help guide me. I would like to introduce the members, if I may. Some of them are here tonight, and if they just give you a wave when I call their name. I'm Ann Kennedy, I'm the chair. Farley Lewis from Hyannis is the vice chair. Alyssa Crowley from Barnstable. Ann Rowland from Centerville, Doug Payson from Barnstable, Kate Gulliver from Hyannisport, Tracy Pratt from Cotuit, Phyllis Miller from Cotuit, and Liz Lewis from West Barnstable. And our staff support is Jenna Zeno. I was going to give you a little slide presentation, but in view of the time, and also because I think it's on my phone, which is in my car, So we're not going to have that. So we're here tonight to ask you to consider changing our committee name from Land Acquisition and Preservation Committee to the Open Space Committee, which is who we really are, and to update our charge to what we really do. Brief history, the LAPC, which is our acronym, had its origins in the previous Open Space Committee, which recommended to the town council and manager the acquisition of land and appropriation of land bank funds. When the land bank was replaced by the Community Preservation, you'll remember this, Eric, Act, I was counselor at the time, serving as liaison to the Open Space Committee. I was asked by the then town manager, John Klim, and Lindsay Council, who was then the chair of Open Space, to form a successor committee to represent the town's open space interests. And to differentiate from the title Open Space Committee, we called ourselves Land Preservation and Land Acquisition and Preservation Committee. Not too deep, but there it is. After the Community Preservation Committee was formed, and as it has evolved over the years, our committee and its mission and activities have also evolved. So this agenda item is an effort to have the enabling ordinance reflect those maturations. I put together a list of our charges and the changes within. I'm not sure you guys are wanting to have me go through them. I will if you want. The hour's late. I'm not sure I need to. So, but I think the notable changes are in the fact that we recommend parcels of land to the town manager and or the Conservation Preservation Committee. We do not have the authority or the ability to negotiate or to authorize expenditures or to acquire property. So when we hear of properties in the community, people bring them to us and we turn them over to the town manager, or we suggest a nonprofit such as Barnstable Land Trust or Nature Conservancy. So I'd be glad to answer any questions that you may have as to any particular items that we do. I do want to thank, we have some great partnerships, and I do want to point out one thing that's happened recently. We have a partnership with the New England Mountain Bike Association, and they offered a grant to the town of Barnstable to build and to provide the materials for a bridge over wetlands and, for the trail behind the Coast Guard Museum. They actually brought the materials in the other day through the home of a private citizen, the land of a private citizen, Ryan Jones, so I want to call him out and thank him, and constructed this terrific bridge, of which I had a video, and I didn't bring it. But that is one of our more recent accomplishments. And the other one I'm very proud of is the walking library, which is on the town's website, which any resident or visitor can go to, pick out a trail that they want to go on, and find out the duration, the length, the difficulty, and as the pandemic showed us, the outdoors is very important to a lot of people, and continues to be so. So we have great stewards of the land, and we partner with the AmeriCorps and other organizations to help preserve those trails. So I have the land acquisition preservation as it exists now in front of you. So if you have any questions about the charge or why we're changing our name or any of that, I'd be glad to answer. I just don't want to take up a lot of your time.
Thank you for your service for so long. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. I'm just standing up here sound asleep. It is very long. I don't know how you do it anymore.
You were there.
I know. Right.
Any questions? I think it's pretty clear. Okay. Thank you very much again. And not seeing any. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilor Clark. I didn't see your hand.
If I may, Thank you very much, Council President Levesque. I just wanted to mention that this effort had begun before I was elected to this town council, and Councilor Rapp Grassetti had worked as the council liaison to LAPC, had worked to update the language for our town code. In the meantime came COVID, and this was not a high priority. So kudos to Councilor Rapp Grassetti for working with this group. And what do I want to say? The initiative for this change happened 4 years ago.
Yep.
Thank you.
That's true.
Thank you, Councilor Clark. Okay. Any other discussion? Okay. Not seeing any. Please signify your approval by raising your hand and saying aye. It's unanimous. Thank you very much. Thanks for sticking around. Councilor Neary, please, if you could. Item number 2023-197.
My pleasure, Mr. President. This is old business. It may be acted upon with a majority vote. It's item number 2023-197. It's amending the Administrative Code, Chapter 241, Article 3, Multi-Member Appointive Organization, 241-38A of the Hyannis Water Board, as it's written.
First and a second. We have Director Santos here for the rationale. Thank you.
Good evening, Councilor. Stan Santos, Director of Public Works. The Hyannis Water Board voted on May 16th, 2023, to change its name to the Barnstable Municipal Water Supply Board. The board's position is that because its mission includes water supply and water quality matters townwide, the new name is better reflective of its role. Section 241-38.A of the Barnstable Administrative Code established the Hyannis Water Board in 2006 by Town Council Order 2006-05, and there is no fiscal impact resulting from this name change.
Thank you. Any council discussion? Questions? Councilor Starr, please.
Thank you. So the water board is the water system in Hyannis is a department in the is a department in the DPW. Is that right?
The Water Supply Division is a department, a division of the Public Works Department. The Water Supply Board is a separate board that oversees the efforts of the division, but reports through the town manager to the town council.
Okay. So you didn't change the name of the division, but the board changed its name from the Hyannis Water Board.
Just proposing to change the name of the board.
The board. Okay. Thank you.
Because the department's
still the same
mission is townwide as well, obviously.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilor Starr. From the village of Barnstable. Any other comments? Yes, Councilor Schnapp.
Thank you, Mr. President. Director Santos, what's the current membership? Is it currently just Hyannis representatives on the board, or are there townwide representatives on this?
It's currently Hyannis.
Will it expand to other village representation with the name
There
change?
is interest in doing that. They haven't taken that up yet at the board, but I know they intend to. They wanted to address this name change as a first item.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Schnapp. Anybody else? Okay. Not seeing any. Please signify your approval by raising your hand and saying aye. I believe that's unanimous. Thank you, Director Santos. Appreciate that. What's that? We should have got a bigger bouquet. Also, I just wanted to thank Hans Kaiser for being with us too. I know he just exited the room, but thank you for being with us tonight as well, Hans. And so our next item of business, Council Lutke, I think would be appropriate. Item number 2023-199.
Thank you, President Levesque. This is old business. It's a public hearing with a roll call majority vote. 2023-199, amending the code of the Town of Barnstable, Part 1, General Ordinances, Chapter 183, to remove the income limitations from the eligibility requirements for the senior and veterans property tax work-off abatement programs.
Second.
First and second, and Director of Finance Mark Milne here for the rationale, please.
Thank you. So the town has had the senior tax work-off program and included the veterans property tax work-off program as of July 1st, 2022. And currently, we only have 3 seniors participating in the program. One of the suggestions we received is to either increase the income requirements or remove the income requirements altogether. After speaking with a couple of other communities, specifically Holyoke and Northampton, who have very successful property tax work-off programs, they have no income requirements, and they said the program works great, and they give the preference to, if they exceed their caps, they give the preference to the lower income applicants. And so we're recommending here that that we remove our income limitations or our income requirements for our program to try to expand participation in the program. We also think that the other challenge that we've had, but we can't do anything about it, is the $15 rate of pay. That's in the statute. We can't change that. So we've had a few people come and approach us about participating in the program, but when they heard the minimum wage that they make, they don't want to do it. So, and it's understandable, but we want to give them an opportunity to our seniors in our community and the veterans in our community to come and share their experience with us, learn a little bit about the town operations, and earn a tax write-off for your property tax bill. And we have the program capped at 20 currently. So we're just asking to your consideration to remove the income limitations.
Thank you. At this point, this is actually a public hearing. Does anybody like to comment on this in the public here in the hearing room? Okay, not seeing any. Is there anybody who would like to participate remotely? Director Poyant.
There is no one online for this item.
Okay, then I would close the public hearing, come back to council discussion. Anybody? Council discussion? I'll go with Council Cusack first and then work towards Council Lutke, please.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I want to thank you, Councilor Lutke, for being the prime mover in this space. I'm a fellow veteran as well, and I will endeavor to get some veterans to sign up and participate in this. So thank you, and thank you to the staff for making it happen.
Thank you, Council Cusack. Also appropriate. Council Lutke.
Thank you. I wanted to say similar to Paul, I appreciate this. And I also want to put credit where credit is due. It was Councilor Chris Clark who brought this to the town. And you put it out there with a restriction, and we didn't get the participation. So as many new programs are, they're iterative. And thank you so much for your support, President Levesque, Vice President Cullum, when I came to you with this. Mark, do you have jobs identified at this point? Because I did talk to an individual who did this in another town, and he loved doing it. And in the spirit that you just discussed it, bringing his experiences, he really liked it's basically a volunteer almost in a way, but you do get the tax credit. And he was very excited. So I was curious, are there jobs that have been identified so that people could come forward?
Yes, we've have a few clerical type positions. It's either receptionist, we can do scanning. We have a lot of documents that we continue to scan. They can help with the scanning. We've actually had some people come in and help with some shredding, some old documents for our records retention program, which you don't need anymore. So it's mostly that, not a lot of physical labor. We're trying to prevent physical labor, but in the event, in certain circumstances where we can use people for physical labor, we're going to try.
So you could. Okay,
Yeah,
that's nice
yeah,
because
it's interesting. Holyoke actually has people mowing lawns and painting things like fire hydrants.
Right. No, that's good that you have some breadth, because you're not going to get necessarily elderly folks in the veteran program. So you could get some very able-bodied folks that would enjoy that. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Lutke. Any other comment? Question? Okay, not seeing any. Again, close the public hearing, and this is a roll call majority vote. Roll call vote, please.
Councilors Clark,
Yes.
Cullum,
Yes.
Cusack.
Yes.
Rep Grissetti.
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Shaughnessy,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Atzelis.
Yes.
That passes.
Thank you. Council Atzelis, please. Item number 2023-200.
Item 2023-200, appropriation order in the amount of $3,500,000 for portable classrooms at Barnstable Community Innovation School and Hyannis West Elementary School. It's a public hearing, roll call, 2/3 full council, as written. Thank you.
Second.
In a second, and please, Superintendent Sarah Hearn. Yes, please. Just make sure that the green light is on and the microphones are spoken into, please. And let you do the introductions.
Great. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm Sarah Ahern, the Superintendent of Schools here in Barnstable, and I'm joined by Mike Lambros, who is our Director of Facilities. Sharing the rationale for the request for this appropriation order for $3.5 million, which would ultimately come from the school savings account to support portable classrooms at Barnstable Community Innovation School and Hyannis West Elementary School. These two schools are experiencing space constraints due to their enrollment and specialized services being provided. To paint a picture for you, there are not enough classroom spaces to accommodate the expansion of specialized services such as English language development, Title I, special education services, interventions for students to close achievement gaps, enrichment programs like Gateway, the library, and specials. Although all of our elementary schools are experiencing some of these space constraints to a degree, they're most acute at these two schools. And in the spring of 2022, Barnstable Public Schools initiated the process to install modular classrooms at these two buildings. After the completion of the architectural design, the project was put out to bid this spring, and the school committee at its June 7th meeting accepted a bid to construct and purchase a 4-classroom modular unit at the Barnstable Community Innovation School and a 6-classroom modular unit at Hyannis West Elementary School. And I have one slide just to anchor a little bit more of the details for you this evening. With approval, tonight construction would begin as soon as possible. This has been a long time coming, and we've been waiting quite a while for the portables to ease some of these space constraints. We did have an initial appropriation from the school choice revolving account to cover the design, and there is a balance that remains that we are planning to apply towards any contingencies that may arise. The cost of $3.5 million was what came in from the contractor as part of the bid. And that is our request this evening. We do anticipate that we may be able to apply some ESSER funding. This will be the last year of ESSER funding, which was coronavirus relief monies, up to probably in the $700,000 to $800,000 mark to help offset the purchase. That requires a special approval by the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education that we are planning for, and we would be able to start building in the fall and would hope for delivery in late November during this school year. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Thank you for that rationale. Is there any questions from the council? Oh, thank you. Thank you for the reminder. It is a public hearing. Does anybody here like to speak to this item in the hearing room? Is there anybody who'd like to participate Thank you very much. So we will close the public hearing, and Councilor Schnepp, you had a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Do I recall that the Hyannis West had portable classrooms? Is this, or am I just remembering wrong?
Hyannis West did have portable classrooms. Those were removed before my time, I believe, just after 2010, 2013, in that range. That was before my time, so I apologize for not having the exact date. But in their place was put the Early Learning Center, which is our preschool. So they were essentially replaced with the preschool. The preschool at the time was in Centerville. They moved it out, and that program has grown into the Early Learning Center.
Okay. What's the half-life of portable classrooms?
10 to 15 years if maintained right. You get 20 years out of them if.
Okay. All right. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Schnepp. Any other questions? Also want to make a point that Councilor Mendes has returned to the dais. Anybody else? Looking to my right, Madam Vice Chair.
Yeah, so just to follow up on the portable classroom situation, we've had several that have been in disrepair, that have been filled with mold, blah, blah, blah. How are we going to make sure that that doesn't happen again?
Maintenance. We'll have to have a robust maintenance program, and they'll just fall in line with the rest of our buildings. I know in the past the maintenance was deferred. That can't be the case here.
So you've budgeted for the maintenance on those in the next 10 years? You've written it all out, and people just need to know, because their kids were going into classrooms that were, terrible, portable classrooms that were terrible, and then it was a big cost to remove all them. So, just if there is a maintenance plan, it would be good to have an idea of what that would be.
Okay.
Thank you. I think so.
Yeah, we did add 10% to the FY24 budget for maintenance and 2 additional positions for the facilities department. That was an incremental step towards more in facilities. We're waiting for the facilities. We had a conditions assessment report that was presented to the school committee in June. We are expecting a second report from the architect to talk about capacity as it relates to all of our facilities, and that combined will help us plan longer term in terms of more incremental investments in facilities through the budgeting process.
Thank you for that. That's exactly what I was looking for.
Thank you. Councilor Starr has his hand up. I'll come to you,
Thank you,
Councilor
President
Rapp.
Levesque. So my question, are these portables connected to the main building? Do children have to go outside, or is there a cause? I mean, is it covered? Thank you.
As bid, the current bid documents, no, they are not connected.
Okay.
To connect requires some additional upgrades as it relates to code, and so they are separate from the building, and will have their own plumbing and their own bathrooms as a result of that. We have talked about enclosing the space, like at Barnstable, West Barnstable, there are separate modulars that have kind of a
common. Yeah.
They're kind of covered and enclosed by a walkway.
So these will be individual buildings?
So there's two buildings, one at Barnstable Community Innovation School and one at High West. All 6 classrooms at Hyannis West will be one building.
In one building, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Starr. Councilor Rapp Cressetti, please.
Thank you. It's good to see you. I remember Councilor Cullum and I were on the DS when we were discussing the demolition of these portables. So yes, there were portables there, and they have been replaced. I will support the item. In your forward thinking and planning, might you consider regionalization of our elementary schools into one building? So we're not maintaining several buildings, but we're building one building for preschool all the way to maybe 5th grade. I'm not sure, but I think that's something to consider, to consolidate all the school children in one area rather than piecemeal here and there throughout the town. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Rapp Cressetti. Councilor Lucky, please.
One thing, I wish we had a site plan. I'd just be curious. I'm pretty familiar with both of those schools, and their play areas are not that where are these going to be sited? And I know, especially in back of the Innovation School, you know, so much of the field was taken up with the Little League fields and things like that, which is a good thing. But again, they shrink, and I know also at the Innovation, they were trying to enlarge their playground. Is this going to interfere with that effort? Because I think that was a great effort with the principal at the Innovation School.
We're still looking to enlarge that playground. This will actually, if you're familiar with that playground, on the, I think it's the north side of the building, northwest side of the building. So if you're looking at the school from Pierce's Way, the right, so that back parking lot where the staff currently park, there's plenty of room there. They're going to be pressed right up to that fence of the playground. The playground will not expand into the parking lot, so that won't implement or deter future modifications to that playground. The playground plans to come towards Pierce's Way and to that side entryway.
Exactly. I've looked at the plans of the playground, and I just think it's an absolutely genius vision that the principal has there. So I'm glad to hear that that's progressing, because she was embracing the community, which is just a fantastic way to do that. And then at Hyannis West, where were they going to go?
Hyannis West out behind the field. There's a basketball court behind the school. If you walk straight through the main entrance, there's an exterior door that you could see from the main lobby. You walk directly out that door. They're about 30 feet from the building. We had some there back in 2018 and 19 when we had some roof truss problems and we had to have a temporary gymnasium out there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Lucky. Anybody else on my side here? Any other questions? Okay. And there is a roll call majority vote. 2/3.
Councilors. Let's see. Cullum.
Yes.
Cusack.
Yes.
Rapgrissetti.
Yes.
Levesque.
Yes.
Ludke.
Yes.
Mendes.
Yes.
Neary.
Yes.
Schnapp.
Yes.
Shaughnessy.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
Steinhilber.
Yes.
Atzelis.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
That passes unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate hanging in there with us. Take care. Councilor Schnapp, please. Item number 2023-202.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is an item of old business that may be acted upon by a majority vote. Item number 2023-202, reappointments to a board, committee, or commission. Town Council reappoints the following individuals to a multiple-member board, committee, commission. Comprehensive Financial Advisory Board, Wendy Solomon as a regular member to a term expiring 6/30/2026. Land Acquisition and Preservation Committee, Alyssa Crowley as a regular member to a term expiring 6/30/2026. And Douglas Payton as a regular member to a term expiring 6/30/2026. Shellfish Committee, Patricia Farina as a member holding a family permit to a term expiring 6/30/2026. And on the Zoning Board of Appeals, Denise Thorne Johnson as an associate member to a term expiring 6/30/2026, and Mark Hansen as a regular member to a term expiring 6/30/2026.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Any council discussion? Not seeing any. Please signify your approval by raising your hand and saying aye. It is unanimous. Thank you, Council Starr, for making the extra effort there to make sure she sees you over the flowers.
Okay.
Okay, moving on to the next item of business. Councilor Clark, please. Item number 2023-204.
Thank you very much, President Levesque. This is old business requiring a public hearing and a roll call majority vote. Agenda item 2023-203, amending the code of the Town of Barnstable, Part 1.
204. I think we did 203.
Sorry, sir. Yeah. Sorry. Yep.
It's okay.
Sorry, old business may be acted upon majority vote. Item 2023-204. order authorizing the town manager to negotiate and execute a 99-year lease with the trustee of the Parker Lombard Trust for the building known as West Barnstable Train Station and the land on which it is located.
A first and a second. And Director of Asset Management, David Anthony, here for the rationale, please.
Good evening, councilors. Glad to be with you. The issue before you tonight is to give authorization for us to correct an issue whereby we can proceed with addressing the repairs that are necessary for the West Barnstable train station. Without getting into a lot of the history, and there is a lot of history associated with this building, the town's legal department, the Cape Cod chapter of the National Historic Railway Society, who is the current tenant, the trustee for the Lombard Trust and Asset Management have worked together to come up with a solution to bring before you a request to enter into a 99-year lease so that the town can move forward with making a proper application to the CPC to be able to get historic money and get a historic preservation restriction placed on the building as one of the contingencies for that CPC money. I can certainly go into the long and twisted history of this property and how we got to where we are, but we feel that this is an elegant solution that allows us to address the immediate needs of that West Barnstable train station while we continue to move forward through probate, because this is all the result of Parker Lombard's will from 1755. The train station is in dire need of this work, and we feel that if we can get permission from the council to move forward with this 99-year lease for nominal money, it puts the town in a position to take care of this asset.
Thank you for the rationale. This is a public hearing. Is anyone here like to speak on this item? Okay, well, this is clerical error
That was
then.
my mistake because I read public hearing in the wrong agenda item.
Okay, it's actually written in the, so it's not a public hearing, and therefore I won't close the public hearing either, even though it says that here too. But I would open up to council discussion. Any council discussion? Are you raising your hand? Okay, yes, I'm sorry. I thought you might have been pointing in a certain direction. Welcome back.
Just a quick question. What is the long-term plans for it? It's turned to a museum? Anything to monetize? I mean, what are the long-term plans?
We believe that the continued existence of the Cape Cod chapter of the National Historic Railway Society, which has been in residence there for almost 20 years, would continue. They are an entity that is made up of volunteers but is well connected throughout the nation. What they do is they take on these kinds of projects as part of their chapter exercises. Some chapters don't actually have a railroad station to use as their museum, to use as their point of contact. This is an active building that allows people to take advantage of certain excursions, scenic train rides. It is also in an area that helps define the center of West Barnstable. I would envision that this use would continue for some time. It is historically protected, and it is in the Old Kings Highway District, making it very difficult to do anything outside of historic preservation here. CPC money that would be significant to bring forward to replace the roof, the windows, and the doors on this 110-year-old structure would be significant, and with that historic preservation on there, it in some ways commits us to continue to use this building for historic purposes.
Any other questions, comments for Director Anthony? Okay. I would say then that would be the end of council discussion, and if you could raise your hand to signify your approval by saying aye. It is unanimous. Thank you, Director Anthony.
Thank you very much.
And thank you to legal staff for working so hard on that. There's a lot to that. Next on my business, Council Steinheimer, please, if you could, 2023-205.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is item 2023-205. Order authorizing the taking of road easements by eminent domain for sewer and water purposes over certain private roads in Centerville and Hyannis, known as Sunrise Road, Laura Road, Aurora Avenue, Aquacket Avenue, Gregoire Circle, portion of Midway Drive, Daisy Drive, Crestview Circle, Regatta Drive, and Crosby Road, as written.
We have a first and a second. We have Attorney McLaughlin here for the rationale, please.
Good evening, folks. This is the second tranche of roads in which we're going to be taking, private roads in which we're going to be taking an easement within the confines of the roadways and for the purposes of sewer installation. The taking is necessary because of the variety of ownership interests, some of which are by the sideline of the road, some of which extend to the center line of the road, et cetera. And because we need to certify title to the property in which we're installing the sewers, it was thought that the only rational way to approach this is to take easements in these properties. They're permanent easements. We do have an appraisal that indicates that the value of the improvement that we are undertaking exceeds the value of the dirt, which is being dug up and then put right back in place after the sewer installation in the roadway, so that there is no award of monetary damages for the taking of this easement. Again, at some point, we might be addressing further discussions about the town's desire with respect to taking these roads as full-blown fee interest in it to make them public ways, but that's down the line, I'm sure. But that would be the extent of our presentation on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney McLaughlin. And is there any council discussion in regards to this? Council Starr, please.
I had a quick question. It says betterments will be assessed for the associated sewer and water improvements. Are you planning to make water improvements at the same time in some of these roads?
The concern from DPW is that if we do run into water infrastructure that needs to be moved in order to accommodate the installation, that we should have the authority to involve ourselves with relocating water services and the like. So we don't know what's underground necessarily until we actually get in there. So out of an abundance of caution, we included water in the limits of the taking.
But it says betterment. Are you going to assess people betterments for improving the
For
water
the
system?
sewers, not for the water.
Okay, so it says sewer and water improvements. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
At
Thank
least,
you, I get it.
I will
Yeah.
double check with DPW,
Yeah, no,
but
that's fine.
definitely for the sewer, yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions? Council discussion? Okay, let's bring it over to a vote. And all those in favor, please raise your hand by signifying by saying aye. Anybody opposed? I didn't see everybody's hands up. Abstentions? I guess it was unanimous. Thank you. All right, next. The next item is going to be combined because it's dealing with the same issue requested by Attorney McLaughlin.
Yes.
So do you want both items read at the same time?
If you would do that, and then you'll need to take separate votes at the end of it, but they both relate to the same DPW project, and
So why don't we read the first item, and you
Sure.
can do the rationale for both, and then we'll read the second one, and we
Perfect.
can vote for that.
Great, thank you.
So with that, Councilor Shaughnessy, if you could please, item number 2023-206.
Thank you, President Levesque. This is old business, subject to public hearing. Roll call, 2/3 of the full council. Item number 2023-206. Appropriation order in the amount of $195,000 for the purpose of acquiring by purchase or eminent domain a 5-year temporary construction easement and a permanent easement for shared use path, sewer, and water purposes in land abutting Burses Way,
with an address of 11874 Pitchers Way, Hyannis, Mass., owned by Windmill Square LLC, as read.
Second.
We have first and a second. And Attorney McLaughlin here for the rationale, please.
Thank you. The town is proceeding with plans to install sewers and related infrastructure in and along Burses Way in Hyannis, creating a so-called shared-use path that will accommodate the underground infrastructure as well as pedestrian, bicycle, and other usage at the surface level, with the exception of a private parcel owned by Windmill Square LLC, just note parenthetically, which is the Tractor Supply site. And with the exception of that, all of the subject installations will be in property owned by the town. The sewer and water installations on the Windmill Square property will run parallel to Burses Way, close to the road layout, and will be the subject of a permanent easement to be acquired by agreement or by an eminent domain taking. The town also needs to acquire a temporary 5-year construction easement on the property to facilitate equipment and related storage needs. Because the project will use MassDOT funding, which is subject to federal regulations, an appraisal, and actually a confirmatory appraisal, was required using MassDOT approved appraisers in order to qualify us for the available state grant estimated at $3 million. That grant application is pending. The two takings were valued, the appraisal was completed, and the two takings combined with a value of $195,000 as determined by the state-approved appraisers. As required by state and federal rules, an offer in that amount has been tendered to the property owner, who had 30 days from the offer to accept it. The offer, reading what I have here, the offer is pending, and information will be updated for the council at the time of the public hearing and vote on this matter. That offer has now been accepted in writing by Windmill Square LLC, so that is behind us. The timing of this proposed vote is intended to keep the project on a time track consistent with the broad scope of the CWMP requirements. If the MassDOT grant is not approved and the property refuses the tender of the offer, which he has accepted, alternate funding analysis might be required. It appears that those issues are behind us, and so we will be proceeding accordingly if you approve this. For the fiscal impact, the funding of this item will be provided from sewer construction and private way improvement special revenue fund, which has a current balance of $19.9 million. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney McLaughlin. This is a public hearing. Is anybody would like to speak to this item here in the hearing room? Not seeing any. Do we have anybody like to participate remotely? When we close the public hearing, bring it back to the dais for our council discussion. Anybody have any questions in regards to this item? Okay, not seeing any. This is a roll call, 2/3 majority vote. Town Clerk Ann Quirk, please.
Councilors Cusack.
Yes.
Rappresetti.
Yes.
Levesque.
Yes.
Ludke.
Yes.
Mendes.
Yes.
Neary.
Yes.
Schnapp.
Yes.
Shaughnessy.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
Steinhilber.
Yes.
Atzelis.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Cullum.
Yes.
That passes unanimous.
Thank you. Madam Vice Chair, if you could please, item number 2024, I'm taking this out of order, 015.
Yes, this is item 2024-015. Let's see. Resolution to dedicate town land that is part of Burses Way Shared Use Path Project to public use. This may be acted upon with a majority vote.
We have a first and a second, and I believe we've already received the rationale. Would you like to follow up with any other information, Attorney
Just a
McLaughlin?
comment that
Yes, sir.
because the state is putting $3 million into the project, they require as a condition of that grant that this be dedicated in perpetuity to the public use. And that's the reason for it.
Thank you. Any council discussion? Okay, not seeing any. Please signify your approval by raising your hand and saying aye. That is approved, and that is unanimous.
Thank you.
Okay. Turning pages as fast as I can. Okay, now we're into the 2024s. Councilor Starr, please. Item number 2024-001. Actually, I'm sorry. Yes, I am. I'm sorry. I actually would entertain a motion to continue this item to our next meeting on August 17th. It's first and a second. And please signify your approval by saying aye. That item is continued. Sorry about that. But I don't want to take anything away from you, Councilor Starr. If you don't mind doing the next item there, number 2024-002.
Thank you, President Levesque. This is new business that may be acted upon with a majority vote. This is item 2024-002. Rescission of previously authorized loan orders, as written. Do I have to read them all?
Second.
Thank you.
It's the first and the second. We have Director Mark Milne to shed some light on exactly what rescission of previously authorized loan orders means.
Thank you, Mr. President. From time to time, this falls in the category of housekeeping. So from time to time, we come before the council and we ask you to rescind previously authorized borrowing authorizations because we've either received a grant to pay for a portion of the project or all of the project, or the project came in under budget, so we didn't need to borrow all the money that was authorized to borrow, or we abandoned the project. And so we're just trying to clean up our authorized and unissued list, which goes annually to the Department of Revenue, Bond Counsel, financial advisors, as well as our auditors. And we try to keep that authorized and unissued list as small as possible. So removing this $12 million would just make our balance sheet look better. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for the rationale. Any council discussion in regards to these?
So it's the column on the right.
That's correct. All right, not seeing any further discussion, please signify your approval by raising your hand and saying aye. So that is unanimous. Thank you. Councilor
Thanks for saving the money.
Director Milne always does an excellent job. Councilor Cusack, item number 2024-003.
My pleasure, Mr. President. This is new business referring to a public hearing on August 17th, 2023. Item 2024-003, an appropriation and loan order in the amount of $1,400,000 for the purpose of funding sewer lateral riser construction.
Second.
First and a second, and referring to a public hearing, please raise your hand and signify your approval by saying aye. That is unanimous and referred. Next item of new business. Councilor Shinet, please, if you could, please, item number 2024-004.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is an item of new business requiring a first reading and a refer to a second reading on August 17th, 2023. Item number 2024-004, appointments to a board, committee, or commission. The Town Council appoints the following individuals to a multiple-member board, committee, or commission. Historical Commission, Robert Frazee as a regular member to a term expiring 6/30/2026. And Human Services Committee, Cherie Kay as a regular member to a term expiring 6/30/2024.
Second.
First and second, referring to a public hearing, please raise your hand and signify your approval by saying aye. It's approved. Sticking with you, Councilor Shinet, please. Item number 2024-005.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is an item of new business, a first reading, referred to a second reading on August 17th, 2023. Item number 2024-005, reappointments to a board, committee, or commission. The Town Council reappoints the following individuals to a multiple-member board, committee, or commission. Human Services Committee, Representative Steve Stephen Zaros as a regular member to a term expiring 6/30/2026. Hyannis Main Street Waterfront Historic District Commission, Kevin Matthews as an alternate member to a term expiring 6/30/2026. And Waterways Committee, Paul Everson as a regular member to a term expiring 6/30/2026.
Second.
We have first and a second, again, referring to a second hearing. Please raise your hand and signify approval by saying aye. Aye. It is unanimous. Next item of new business, Councilor Shaughnessy, please. Item number 2024-006.
This item of new business may be acted upon by majority vote. Item number 2024-006. Resolve authorizing sale of surplus municipal property at 259 Barnstable Road, as shown in Assessor's Map 310, Parcel 171 in Hyannis, Mass., to Bass River Properties Management Corp., as read.
Second.
First and the second, Director Anthony for the rationale, please.
Good evening, councilors. What you have before you is one of the final steps of a disposition of property. We put this out to bid after going through the heavy internal process of making sure that we reviewed with all departments. We had title certification done. We had an appraisal done. We were able to get the town manager's declaration of surplus. The bids came in at $220,000, and we are asking for permission to have the town manager or the assistant town manager to effectively sit down and negotiate the purchase and sale and finalize the agreement.
Excellent. And any council discussion? Thank you for the rationale. $220,000. Okay. Not seeing any. Please raise your hand and signify your approval by saying aye. It's unanimous. Thank you, sir. Nice work. Next item of new business, Council Steinhilber, please. Item number 2024-007.
Bond, James Bond. Get it? All right, item 2024-007. Authorization to expend a fiscal year 2024 jail arrest diversion program component grant in the amount of $103,236 from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Department of Mental Health, as written.
Second.
We got a first and a second, and Chief Sonneban here for the rationale, please.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the council, Chief Sonneban, Barnstable Police Department. The item you have before you is a grant from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Department of Mental Health in the amount of $100,236, which basically funds a lot of the programs that our CIU provides, the community service officers, a lot of the training that our officers receive in the department in mental health first aid, community crisis intervention, and those type of activities. This is something we've been doing since 2014, so we've gotten this grant every year since 2014. This is now the 10th year that we've been doing it, and we would like to continue these programs, and it provides, as you can see from the item listed here, a lot of valuable services to the department and the community. There is no negative fiscal impact to this. The entire grant award of $103,236 covers the period of 7/1/2023 through 6/30/2024.
Thank you, Chief Sonneban, for the rationale. Any council discussion? Vice President Cullen, please.
Yes, just wondering if this year there's any discussion with the Sheriff's Office about the use of this grant. Are you guys collaborating at all on the diversion programs? Just wondering.
Those conversations haven't occurred specifically. These were written into the items of this grant well before it was actually awarded. So any future grants would have to include something, and some of the missions that we're doing, they're doing different things, more focused on the interior of the jail. We're doing things a little more focused out what we see out here in front of us every day. But I can't say that those wouldn't intersect at some point. We are working on other things together, and maybe that would lead to some collaboration in that area as well.
Yeah, I think it's important that we're all working toward the same goal. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Any other council discussion? Okay. Please raise your hand, signify your approval by saying aye. That is unanimous. Thank you, Chief. Continued good work. Moving on to the next item, Councilor Mendes, please. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said you brought your glasses. I apologize. Didn't mean to put you on the spot. I apologize. Yes, that's fine. Councilor Rapcossetti, please. Item number 2024-008.
This is new business may be acted upon by a majority vote. Item 2024-008, authorization to expend a fiscal year 2024 jail arrest diversion program co-responder grant in the amount of $106,757 from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Department of Mental Health as written.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Chief Sonneban, please.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council, Chief Sonneban. This grant from the Department of Mental Health in the amount of $106,757 is a grant that funds our current full-time mental health clinician that rides with officers to a variety of calls in the community to deal with people in mental health crisis in real time. This is the third year of the grant, and it's a 3-year grant, so we would have to reapply for it again. This also, so this would fund this money coming to this, the grant detail, the grant award for the period of July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2024 is $106,757,000, and it represents a year 3 of a 3-year grant program. The grant must be reapplied for renewal each year of the 3-year term of the grant. This covers the personnel costs, travel, indirect costs, and other expenses incurred by the Bay Cove licensed clinician. The Barnstable Police Department will be billed quarterly by Bay Cove, and a down draw from the DMH grant funds will be submitted. When the funds are received from DMH, the Barnstable Police Department will pay Bay Cove the Bay Cove invoice. In all costs associated with this grant cycle must be completed by June 30th, 2024.
Thank you, Chief. Any council discussion? Council Starr.
I had a question, Chief. So is this program working well? Is this something that we could expand on?
Oh yeah, we're already expanding it. We've already gotten a $60,000 earmark.
Mm-hmm.
There's an ad out in the paper right now. We had a 12-hour a week clinician. It's going up to a 24-hour a week clinician to go out and conduct further follow-ups in addition to what this clinician will be doing.
Okay. I was just thinking in the future budgets, if you needed more clinicians, maybe we could help that way.
That'd be wonderful.
Okay. It might be easier to hire a clinician than it is to hire a police.
It wasn't. It was a little more difficult than you think,
okay.
actually.
Okay, maybe not.
You got to find the right people. Yeah,
Yep.
is what it comes down to.
Appreciate your efforts in that and working with those who have mental health challenges and bringing them into the fold to really try to solve problems. So I appreciate that.
It's a reality what we deal with every day.
Exactly.
Quite honestly, it really is.
Yep. Thank you. And continued progress.
Thank you.
So with that being said, without further discussion, please raise your hand, signify your approval by saying aye. That is unanimous.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Have a
you,
good evening.
Chief. I think we'll do one more item, then we'll take a vote to go past 11. Councilor Neary, if you could please, item number 2024-009.
Thank you, Councilor Rapcossetti. Here we go. This is new business. It may be acted upon with a majority vote. It's item number 2024-009. It's an authorization to expend Massachusetts Department of Transportation Aeronautics Division fiscal year 2023 grants for airport projects, and the authorization to sign the related grant assurances and delegation of authority to the town manager to sign future grant assurances as written.
Second.
First and a second, Attorney McLaughlin for rationale, please.
Thank you. I'm joined also by Airport Manager Katie Service for any technical questions on the nature of the expenditures, which I'll just note in opening have previously been approved in the CIP budget. So as written, the town is the intended recipient of 4 separate grants for the from the Aeronautics Division of the Massachusetts Department of Transportation, as more fully described in the item. MassDOT requires the town to sign a so-called grant assurance for each of these loans that commit the town to complete each of the projects or actions in accordance with the town's project applications. The assurances also commit the town to continue to service the transportation needs of the public by maintaining the airport for a period of 20 years following the acceptance of the grants, among other obligations. MassDOT requires evidence that the legislative body of the town, i.e. the town council here, has expressly authorized the town manager to sign the grant assurances identified in the proposed item. The proposed vote will fulfill that condition of the grant. We wanted to bring to your attention, particularly some of the items in the next paragraph. This is a bit unusual, and I'll explain it just as we read this. These grant assurances contain commitments, the effect of which would be to commit the town's general funds to back up the airport enterprise fund in the event that the enterprise fund is insufficient to meet that obligation. The legal department has opined that such a contractual obligation is illegal on its face because it intrudes into the authority of the council to prioritize and, if necessary, decline to fund future airport projects of the town from the general fund. It is also illegal because the town cannot commit to financial obligations unless a appropriation has been approved. Obviously, a blanket commitment to future expenditures of unknown amounts in uncertain financial circumstances where other financial priorities may take precedence in the judgment of the council, obviously sitting at that time, violates both of these well-founded legal mandates, the latter of which is based on a clear constitutional requirement of the Commonwealth. These concerns have been raised with MassDOT and rejected outright by MassDOT. MassDOT's position is that the grant assurances must be signed as drafted without any changes whatsoever, or the town will forfeit the grant monies. As we are unable, and we're unable to satisfactorily resolve the issue, the town will forward a cover letter attached to each of the 4 grant assurances that states that the town is making the necessary commitments, quote, to the extent permitted by law, unquote. The second part of the proposed vote, which appears, was not recited, but which appears in writing before you, delegates to the town manager the authority to sign future grant assurances for projects as long as those projects have previously been approved by the town council as part of the town's capital improvement plan budget. This will avoid duplication of effort as we're here before you tonight and ensure that grant assurances can be signed in a timely fashion. Some of these grants are very time sensitive, and it's to have to go through this twice is not productive. It's presumed that as you folks review the budget and consider the airport budget presentations, that you'll be fully informed as to the underlying purposes of the expenditures. And if you approve it, then we would suggest procedurally that the manager have the ongoing authority then to sign the grant assurances, such as they may be, to MassDOT. So. On the fiscal impact, approval of this item will allow the town to secure $1,360,281 in grant funds for the airport improvement projects. Otherwise, local funding would have to replace the grant resources. Future financial commitments to maintain the airport in accordance with the grant assurances are subject to the extent permitted by law. Thank you.
Thank you, and I would entertain a vote to go past 11 o'clock at this moment.
So moved.
Second.
Please raise your hand and signify your approval by saying aye. Any opposed? We're going past 11. Okay. Any council discussion?
I have to return my suit at 11, so it...
Oh, very good.
So
Councilor Afcosetti, please.
This is a question for Mr. Milne, if he could just give us the fund balance in the enterprise account.
we're in the middle of closing the fiscal year, and I think it's going to be close to about $8 million.
8 million. Thank
Yep.
you.
Any other questions? Paula. Council Shep, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Attorney McLaughlin, have we had to do this before, or is this a first? Have they changed their procedures?
No, these spirited debates go back to my first days with Bob Smith, and they haven't, I'll just leave it at that. We disagree dramatically with MassDOT. It's very heavy-handed, but it is what it is. So.
But it seems like what we're being asked to approve tonight means we are not going to see these again. Is that right? Or?
No, I think we're going to reach out to MassDOT and try and have a sit-down with them. These need to be put in conformity with what Mass state law is, and I think they've just been doing it for so long, and and a staffer said, no, you want the money, you got to sign. And when you read through it, both we and the manager were very uncomfortable signing in the form that was presented, and we definitely wanted to bring it back to get authorization, and we felt it incumbent upon us to highlight this legal debate. If something were to happen and there were an attempt to demand further funding from the general funds and it hadn't been at that point appropriated by you, the purpose of our cover letter is to put them on notice that we are bound by that interpretation of law, and if we couldn't then agree to resolve it in some way, we couldn't end up in litigation. There's abundant case law going back to Mayor Curley's times about taking delivery of things that you haven't got authorization for, and those being disallowed, in that case by the Boston City Council, is affectionately referred to in the business as Mayor Curley's rug case. But it's been, that was an SJC decision. It's been in place and is good law, and I don't know why MassDOT continues to press these, but it does. So.
Council Clark, please.
Thank you, President Levesque. So I hear you refer to Mayor Curley. So are other towns having these challenges to Mass DOT? Because it seems improper to encumber a future town council.
It is, and
To this,
it hasn't
commitment.
made its way. I haven't seen any litigation up the chain. I think everyone tries to resolve it and swallow the bitter pill and take some Rolaids with it, but it's worked so far. So, but it's really time to have a heart-to-heart discussion with them and give them the case law. But we'll get to that at some point. So.
If I could add to that real quickly.
You sure can.
Thank you. There are other airports that have had the same issues and have had raised the same problems with the law with the grant assurances as they sit now. And other airports have come up with this cover letter to add to the grant assurances. I don't know why they wouldn't just change them, but we are within a rock, within a hard place here to be able to get our grant funding.
Any other council discussion? Thank you for the rationale. Then you work on that. Oh, Council Starr, sorry.
So we're giving the town manager permission to sign on to more of these grants in years going forward?
That is correct.
So we won't see them again?
You shouldn't if it's been through the budgetary process and approved.
This went through the budgetary process.
That's correct.
And we didn't understand.
That's
what
why
you
we're
just told
trying.
us.
Yeah, that didn't surface till it arrived at our office, and both the Airport Council and we agree it's a real problem. But we've resolved it. We're going to do the cover letter and reserve our rights if there is ever a situation where they're looking to reach into our general fund without an authorization. That's what full employment for lawyers is all about.
So can you, I just ask if you could come back to us and let us know if you've made any progress with DOT.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure if there's an issue that the manager or the then manager is uncomfortable with, he doesn't have to sign them. We can resolve that internally and come back as necessary. So, but
Okay.
just procedurally, this is now, I think we're 3 or 4 months into this debate. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for staying the entire meeting. Okay, so this can be acted upon by majority vote. Please signify your approval by raising your hand and saying aye. Council Starr, did you raise your hand? I'm just making sure. It is officially unanimous. It's late. All right, moving on to the next item. Council Rep Grissetti, please, 2024-010.
This is new business. Refer to a public hearing on August 17th, 2023, item 2024-010, appropriation and loan order in the amount of $75,000 for temporary repairs to Rosewood Lane in the village of Katuitt pursuant to temporary repairs to private roads program for certain private ways as written.
Our first and a second, and this is referring to a public hearing, so please raise your hand, signify approval by saying aye. Aye. That's unanimous. Moving on, our next item of new business. Council Neary, if you could please, item number 2024-011.
My pleasure, Mr. President. This is new business. It may be acted upon with a majority vote. It's item number 2024-011. It's a determination under Section 19 of GLC 268A regarding participation in decisions relating to potential changes to employee benefits, as written.
Second.
First and a second, we have Attorney Karen Nober here for the rationale, please.
Thank you. Good evening, councilors. Karen Nober, Town Attorney. It's always fun to end the night with some ethics stuff. So Section 19 of the State Conflict of Interest Law prohibits a municipal employee from participating in a particular matter in which he has a financial interest unless the employee's appointing authority makes a determination that the financial interest is not so substantial as to be deemed likely to affect the integrity of the services which the town may expect from the employee. Section 19 requires that an employee who wishes to participate in such a matter file a disclosure with his appointing authority, and then if the appointing authority makes such a determination, the employee may participate in the matter, notwithstanding his financial interest. So Mark Ells has submitted the Section 19 disclosure to the Town Council as his appointing authority. And under Chapter 242 of the Town Code, and that his disclosure is in the materials that you have. Under Chapter 242 of the Town Code, Mark Ells' duties as town manager include the establishment of a personnel code setting forth the personnel policies and regulations adopted by the town manager, including but not limited to employee benefits. The town manager is also authorized to amend the personnel code from time to time. To maximize the town's ability to successfully compete with other employers in recruiting and retaining employees, Mr. Ells seeks to review and potentially modify various benefits currently extended to the non-union employees of the town. Examples include sick leave, longevity pay, merit bonuses, education tuition reimbursement, vacation time, personal time, bereavement leave, and holidays. Pursuant to Mr. Ells' employment contract with the town, he receives all benefits that are currently extended to non-affiliated executive group employees, which are the department heads of the town. Therefore, if he were to make any changes to the benefits afforded to non-union employees, he would be affected by those changes, and he would have a financial interest in such matters. Accordingly, before he may make any such decisions, he needs to obtain the town council's authorization to participate in such matters, and the council would need to make the required determination under Section 19 of the Conflict of Interest Law to allow him to do that. It's important to note that the benefits that are the subject of this disclosure do not include changes to health care contributions, and we expect to address those with a separate disclosure and asking for a separate vote of the council at a different meeting. So the benefits that Mr. Ells seeks to potentially change, because it does not include health care, are not benefits that are afforded to the members of the town council, and therefore council members do not themselves have a financial interest in these matters. So you don't have an ethics issue in making this determination. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that. Council discussion. Anyone have any questions in regards to this? So it's pretty cut and dry. Okay. Oh, Councilor Schnapp.
Thank you, Mr. President. So our code delegates this authority to the town manager to revise these benefits?
It delegates to the town manager the establishment through town manager regulations of a personnel code, and that includes these benefits.
So none of those changes would come back to us for
Correct.
approval. They stay with him.
Correct.
Okay.
But he can't do it unless you authorize him to do it because of his own financial interest.
If there was a fiscal impact on the changes here, would that require?
Well, I think there will potentially be a fiscal impact. I think we're not able to determine at this time exactly what it would be because it would depend on what changes, if any, he decides to make. So if you're changing, some of the leave policies, then that would potentially have some financial impact on the employees, and he is one of those employees.
If that was a significant change and it has a budgetary impact, that would have to come back as a supplemental appropriation then?
Well, all budgetary impacts would have to come back to the council for a vote, sure.
Okay.
Any other question? Councilor Starr?
So he hasn't had this authority before, and we're granting it to him while he's town manager for the rest of his term?
That's the way I drafted it, because
Okay.
that would give him the ability to actually make those decisions and commence that review. And then he would also have to make those determinations, Section 19 determinations, for this, whatever staff he wants to help him do this, because they presumably will also have a financial interest.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Councilor Lucky.
Thank you. I was just curious, what would be the other option then? Is this the best option?
Well, one option is not to authorize, and then these changes won't take place. Another option would be to require him to come back to the council for approval of what he's recommending, which is at odds with the existing ordinance that we have, but is certainly within your authority to do.
So he is the only person that can do this? There's no other option?
He is the only person, and then he would probably need certain members of staff to assist him, I would think.
Any other questions? Okay, authorizing town manager else, and this can be acted upon a majority vote. Please raise your hand and signify your approval by saying aye. So moved. Thank you. Again, not an easy lift. Thank you for your work on that, Attorney Nober. Moving on to the next item of new business, in my stead, Councilor Schnepp, if you could please, item number 2024-014.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is an item of new business that may be acted upon by a majority vote. Item number 2024, authorization to expend a fiscal year 2023 grant from the United States Department of Agricultural Natural Resources Conservation Service in the amount of $100,000 for the evaluation and design of Mill Pond Dam Fish Passage improvements.
Second.
First and a second, Director Santos, the rationale, please.
Good evening. Dan Santos again, Director of Public Works. The town of Barnstable has been awarded $100,000 technical assistance grant from the U.S. Department of Agriculture's Natural Resources Conservation Service. This grant will supplement funding for the evaluation and design of the Mill Pond Dam Fish Passage Improvements Project, as outlined in Appropriation Order 2022-118 of the fiscal year 23 through 27 capital improvement plan. The Marston's Mills River is the town's longest river and is one of the town's largest herring runs. River herring travel nearly 2.5 miles from the Three Bays estuary to Middle Pond each spring for spawning. Currently, the town is working with their consultant, Alden Research Group, to evaluate fish passage every meeting. Along this section of the Marston's Mills River. Initial evaluation found that the culverts underneath Route 28 and Route 149 present a velocity barrier to smaller fish trying to pass through this area. In order to advance the project, additional evaluation of potential modifications to the culvert is needed. Funding from this grant will supplement Appropriation Order 2022-118 outlined in the Capital Improvement Plan fiscal year 2023 to 2027. It is anticipated that additional grant funding from NRCS and other agencies will be pursued to fund future phases of this work. This is a reimbursement grant for $100,000. The town must expend the funds up front and subsequently submit for reimbursement. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Santos. Any council discussion? Okay, not saying anything. Great work. Thank you very much. And council, if you could signify your approval by raising your hand and saying aye. So it goes. Thank you very much. We've already done 015. And moving on. Madam Vice Chair, please, if you could, item number 2024-016.
Bringing us home. Item 2024-016, resolve approving a letter to the Governor of Massachusetts and... We already did that, Einstein. Welcome to the meeting. Okay, back up. Item 2024-016, resolve approving a letter to the Governor of Massachusetts in support of ensuring the long-term financial viability of the Cape Cod and the Islands Water Protection Fund. This may be acted upon with a majority vote.
Second.
First and a second, and I can give the rationale on this. It was advised that we write our letter in concordance with what's happening in regards to the Cape and Islands Water Protection Fund and the fact that it needs more funding so that it can continue to give the subsidies at the level that it's currently giving. So that is the premise of the letter, and I think it's, and I think, I can't take full credit for the letter. I will say that we borrowed and stole lots of great ideas, and Town Manager Markel's obviously is assisted as well, and so here we are, and that letter will go out if it's approved, and also attached will be the letter that was also put out by the Cape and Islands Water Protection Fund. By the chair of that committee, Kevin Galligan. So with that, any council discussion? Okay, not seeing any. Please signify your approval by raising your hand and saying aye. Aye. Thank you very much. I will sign that tomorrow and mail that out. And I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
First and a second, please raise your hand. Signify your approval by saying aye. Aye. It's unanimous. Thank you.